Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another live stream of Shadowverse. S- Uh, Lucky we are back, certainly. The accountability section for today will go somewhat quickly in the fact that the last time I streamed was a whole Friday ago, so it's been exactly a week. Um, Unfortunately, there was a major storm in the United States, and that affected a lot of my audience, and certainly it happened to affect me somewhat too, but not in a major way. So I have not been playing Shadowverse over the week, which means we lost about a week of daily quests, which honestly, there's many days in which I don't do the daily quests anyways, and uh, I also lost about the same amount of time as far as doing pre-recorded things. I also didn't, in that instance, we can see even an update has even come out since then. I also didn't work on my router, which my router still seems like the new router is still working, but I haven't installed any of the settings I want installed, or the ad blocking. Uh, all of that has been left on the cutting room floor. There is therefore a decent amount of news as far as games that have come out on Steam as actual video game news. Otherwise, there is basically not that much other than the major Nintendo Direct that announced a bunch of games for 2020 and 2021. And we'll cover that. But overall, interesting. We are now doing a event around Entropy's Abyss, which I don't know if that is a crossover now thing or what, or if it's just new story. Looks like it's new story. So, yeah. Let's come over to the main story. So there is, at the moment, a news story that would probably only have one character, and then to get the full story you kind of want all four characters. If this works the way it has in the past, we've had ones where it was 4 characters and then 4 characters and then a merging of all 4 characters. So we could probably expect that the next chapter will eventually come and it'll be all 8 characters. And they are now pushing to 3 pages. So yeah, I could go through the main story here for the challenges, and maybe I would do that, maybe I wouldn't. Today's definitely going to be in a weird position in the fact that we just probably don't want to. We probably don't want to spend too much time playing Shadowverse, since we're going to have to go at double speed to try and get things done. I guess we'll be playing Swordcraft or Forcecraft or Shadowcraft today, just to get through all the games that came out and all the news. I was going to stream earlier today, but my sleep schedule still is all over the place, so that's a weird thing. Okay, so we have 30 packs of Eternal Awakening, and then they have this real world cash only thing that they're doing. So this is the new additional cards at a higher rate. So what we were at before was Eternal Awakening had, I believe, no new cards that we didn't have at least one of. So now if we filter to Eternal and go into create card mode, we should see that there are actual new cards to get. Now, I don't think that we inherently had 3 of everything before, but it was, I think, the right idea to send on those packs. So after this long break, we can basically say we're not quite to a new card expansion, but that's fine because a new card expansion wouldn't have changed anything in this scenario. But we can open all of these. So max of 10 packs by And if I open the packs this way, I guess I'm assuming that if we get an effect like Mobilize Factory, then that probably means it's a new card. It crystallizes whenever an allied artifact comes to play, give it rush, recover 1 play point, and draw a card. I feel like that may not be a new card, it may just be new to me. But the rest of those were definitely not new. And then this may be new. Deal X to all enemy followers. X equals this follower's attack. Right. And then we have a platinum card, which that's nice. That destroy an enemy follower with 4 defense or left. Like, at this point, I'm kind of not even super interested in Shadowverse. So, it's kind of hard to look at these cards and go, oh yeah, this card looks like it's going to be new or big or interesting. Because Shadowverse in particular just does not really seem to have that much as far as new, big, or interesting in the way of cards that it releases. Plus, I'm undoubtedly, if not consciously, subconsciously distracted. Ideally, I would want to just get through all the news today and try and start recovering some stuff to some recording time, get back to Danganronpa, because that is pretty much a story in particular where you don't want to have had a big delay. I have managed to have some self-control and not watch Game Grumps other than the thumbnails. Inherently, there are problems certainly with cell phone service and internet service if your power goes out. And surprisingly, it turns out problems with even the delivery of water, drinkable clean water, and natural gas when the power goes out. So pretty much everything stops when the power goes out, like for a prolonged amount of time. And that is something that is almost impossible to plan for or have a backup for. A gas generator requires gas, or a propane generator requires propane, which that might be somewhat useful for charging cell phones, and that's about it. But you can't really do anything to fix a city's problems in particular. So if a city is not able to run their water treatment facility, your water's just going to be bad. You can only have so many gallons of extra water before it gets fairly ridiculous. I certainly have given a lot of thoughts to being somewhat of a prepper, but in reality, I could get probably, Oh, I would say 1,000 gallons worth of water before it just gets fairly ridiculous on the storage spots. That they have things you can put in a garage that are 300-gallon water tanks, and you have to put like bleach tablets in them to make sure the water doesn't go bad. Um, they are. It is a very small amount of bleach that you're putting in the water. It's not even a cap full of what you would use for like cleaning bleach. Maybe a cap full. But they're called, I think, water treatment tablets, not just bleach. There is a middle ground to spending hundreds of dollars for water storage tanks and having them in your garage always, in that you can fill up bathtubs, and then there's a bathtub liner kit that they sell. I don't know if you really would want to drink out of water coming even out of a spout of a bathtub, but if you're desperate, it's not going to kill you. But then after about 1,000 gallons, you're out. So depending on how prolonged you're without water, it can be a huge problem. Power doesn't allow for fancy internet connected thermostats to turn on modern heaters. That was a nice draw. So you are in this situation that even if you could turn on a heater or a central heating unit, you couldn't turn on the blower to blow the heat anywhere. So even if you could jerry rig it somehow, you couldn't do that. And if you run out of natural gas, then of course your heater doesn't work at that point. I was often using, when my power was out, the oven range I have, which is gas. It does have an electric starter, but the type of oven range I have does not have a motor that pumps the gas or anything like that. So you can just turn on the gas and have the gas unlit come out of the oven range, and as long as you have a long stick lighter, you can just light it. So I was using that as a source of warmth, and when the power came on, I was able to turn on my oven, and my oven would stay lit when it was in warming mode, but it would not stay lit when the power went out when it had gotten out of warming mode. So the difference there, I imagine, is that when it's warming up to 350, which is what I set it to, with the door open to pour the heat in the general vicinity of my oven, it's a gas oven too, it would stay on even when the power's out, because the flame and gas valve had been opened. But once it hit 350, at that point I imagine the oven is cycling gas on and off, and putting out and opening the valve in a consistent manner to try and consistently maintain the temperature. So when the power went out again, which the power was coming on and going off and coming on and going off all the time, so once it hit 350, now theoretically maybe that means I could have just hit the broil button on the oven and get it up to as hot as possible, which would probably have been 500 or 600 degrees. It's not 100% safe to burn natural gas for heat, because then you have the problem of potentially releasing carbon monoxide, and that is going to be a matter of how purely you burn it and how well vented your oven range hood is, and whether that is an electric oven range hood that opens and closes on its own accord. So I did have a CO2 detector with me, and so I was trying to be as safe as possible. That being said, Also, when you're playing with flame, you're playing with high heat. And so I, in 2 attempts, managed to create some major damage in trying to simply cook a pizza, because I put a pizza stone on top of the oven range, so open flame under a pizza stone, and I turned it to high when I probably should have turned it to its lowest setting, and very slowly brought up the pizza stone to temperature. And that pizza stone had been used before, so it had like grease on it, and as I went to stupidly like wipe off or touch the grease on the now hot pizza stone, it burnt me, and so I have a couple blisters that have now almost completely healed on 2 fingers. And not only did it burn my fingers, it caused thermal shock on the pizza stone, which then cracked it. And so next I used a non-stick pan, and once again didn't learn my lesson to start with a slow temperature. And so using a non-stick pan, I managed to heat the non-stick pan and start cooking off, I imagine, the non-stick part, because you're not supposed to preheat non-stick pans. So in that second attempt, I actually did get a frozen pizza on the pan, but it burnt the bottom of the pizza horribly, and I think it poisoned it with the non-stick. So I was only able to eat like the toppings off the pizza, and even that was probably stupid and not safe, before throwing away all the crust and most of the sauce. So that was, and I threw away the pan at that point. So in one attempt to cook a frozen pizza on top of a range, I ruined 2 cooking implements and a pizza. At which point I realized that I should have just stuck with things I have cooked before on an oven range, which in my case would have been spaghetti. And I could have certainly cooked in a large amount of spaghetti, which probably would have been a good idea because of the boiling water restrictions that occurred later. Although I doubt you would want to drink starch water, it probably wouldn't have been a terrible idea to have a big pot of water that you could throw into a toilet to flush a toilet. But having a emergency weather radio was certainly useful. I have one that is hand crank and has a flashlight on it, and the flashlight will even do an SOS signal. So I could have stuck that out in the snow if I had gotten really, really in trouble. But eventually there was just such a prolonged amount of power being out that I had to move over to a friend's house that was getting power, because just I could not keep my cell phone at all charged, and I was getting further and further away from being able to actually contact anybody if I needed help. So we got a new one here, and a new one here, and some of these I guess are just going to be animated versions of cards. We are still missing this card. So there's an argument to still buy new cards for that pack. We have a new thing here and a new thing here. And yeah, today's just not the day to really look at any cards. Here we have Astral Dancer. And Shadowverse is kind of weirdly still going back and forth with how they want to animate characters, whether the game is trying to be kid friendly or not. I mean, I suppose maybe they don't mind showing bellies, and they don't mind showing slightly large busts as long as they're mostly covered up and there isn't too much cleavage. If anything, this is kind of like the opposite of the boob and butt shots that you've seen in Marvel and DC comics, sometimes that have been used as examples, because they've covered up the butt while implying there is one with cloth, and they've mostly covered up the cleavage while still implying there is a lot, because you're kind of getting more armpit being focused on from this angle than anything. So yeah, eventually I had to abandon the field, as it were, and leave my house completely, because the power was just completely out, and it was getting incredibly cold. It was losing 1 degree of temperature every 45 minutes. And so I had managed on the first day of power being out, I'd managed to keep the heat fairly warm and survive with it. And then the power had come on for about an hour after that, near the end of the first day, and at which point I hit a point of the prisoner's dilemma, where there's a scenario, certainly, where they want everybody to conserve and not put a strain on the electrical grid, but you would have to cooperate with everybody else in your city and on the grid. And so unlike a prisoner's dilemma scenario, where it's one prisoner has to either trust or betray one other person, in this scenario, and this is odd that the prisoner's dilemma even applies in the real world at all, in this scenario you would have to have trusted that the vast majority, not all, but the vast majority of people would also trust. And yeah, that wasn't ever going to happen. So what I had did is turned up my heater to the maximum and heated my house up to 78 degrees, which is about as high as I could turn it without going into the system and raising the temperature even more. So the house completely became a battery of heat, as it were. Just like a battery in a phone, I was filling up all the air, which air transfers heat fairly quickly and easily compared to insulated walls, which resist transfer of heat more. And so I had every single door open and every single room up to 78 degrees. And so it was quite, frankly, uncomfortably hot, but not ridiculously hot in the house by the end of the first day. And by the morning, when I woke up 12 hours later, it went from 78 degrees down to, I believe, 56 degrees was the temperature. So all of that heat had just been radiated through the walls and out of the house. At which point I then began the process of trying to abandon the house, as it were, in the safest way possible. None of the pipes at that point had frozen or anything, so the ideal thing to do there is to get both the hot and water taps on all your faucets to drip, and just open all the doors in your house and try and hope that you can keep your house and the walls and the pipes in the house, and the pipes that might be in the roof, or the pipes that might be in the exterior walls of the house, as warm as possible, which is what I did. Unfortunately, you really can't, or I don't think you're supposed to drip the pipes outside the house. So right now, when I got back to my house several days later and inspected everything was fine. thank goodness. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if there is a massive percentage of people, 20%, maybe 40% or higher, around my area in my neighborhood alone that will have like water damage and pipe damage, and that could certainly affect real estate for a very long time, and just the value of a house, particularly if you have the one house on a block that says, oh no, we didn't have any water damage, so we didn't do any remodeling, because that might imply to some people that they are actually lying, and that there was water damage and it's being hidden. That being said, that's something to worry about at a later date when you're selling your house. At the short term, it is much better and smarter just to not have damage in the first place. And who knows how the homeowners insurance are going to drag their feet around as far as damage to houses. Like, flippantly speaking, it would be interesting and nice to say, oh, your house was just totaled. Ooh, I have a duplicate legendary for 1,000. Wow, that is going to knock me up quite a bit as far as liquefying extra cards. Which definitely goes to show I need to spend some extra time and craft things. Yeah, flippantly speaking, it is kind of it would be interesting to say, oh, my house is old, I would like everything to be ruined and get a brand new house out of it. But particularly for me, that's not really what you'd want. It would ruin all of the things I've collected and all the massive amount of video games and computers and things that I have, and losing everything you own when you own a lot of things is worse than losing everything you own when you only own a small amount of things. To that level, I was making backup plans, certainly, if because the roads themselves had become so dangerous to drive on that even leaving the house was not guaranteed to be possible. And some backup plans I was running into in scenarios, particularly since I was just like freezing to death in bed under covers over my head scenario. I was thinking, we have someone on the chat saying hello. I can't pronounce the name because it's Asian characters, unfortunately. So I could pronounce your name if you can write it in, what is that, katakana? If you can write it out so I can pronounce it, I'll give it a try. Or kanji. I don't remember what the word is.
Too slow. Hunger retreat. Too slow.
You wouldn't.
But yeah, there was two more like stages of emergency. One would have been losing cell phone reception completely for a prolonged amount of time, because that would have been horrible. That means nobody could call 911, nobody could call for help in that entire area in which the cell phone reception would have gone down. So that would have been terrible. Connected to that, losing the ability to listen to radio, like AM, FM, and the weather channels, which weather radios can also get. It's not a well-maintained system by any means, and in my area in particular, AM and FM radio channels are horribly underdeveloped at this point, in the sense that there are a lot of radio stations that are owned by one major corporation, and if you listen to an FM radio station in the United States and you hear them advertise iHeartRadio, for instance, well, that pretty much tells you that radio station is owned by one major corporation, and there isn't anyone real or live that actually is in your area that goes on that radio. So the vast majority of FM stations are just pre-programmed music that is programmed through like remote connections through outside of New York or someplace. So nobody was doing anything that would even begin to be helpful as far as talking about the weather and or explaining what is happening. Oh, darn it, it's that guy again. So yeah, those FM radio stations are fine if you just want to listen to music, but terrible if you want any kind of emergency local news. I don't have any of the like Amber Alert warnings enabled on my cell phone, so I was not getting anything from like a local city or county notifications as far as temperature warnings or water warnings if they were doing that. My power company's system to alert you when the power has been out or restored is a service that they have broken a while ago, so that was useless. I did resolve to be more complainy and call whenever there's a power outage as soon as possible going forward, because I do think in normal scenarios there are probably some cases in which I wait an hour before I call and tell them there's a power outage. In this scenario, it wouldn't have changed anything because they knew. But the other scenario, other than losing communication, either the one-way communication or from radio or the two-way communication from cell phones and the internet, obviously if the power's out, would have been to lose gas. Had the gas completely run out, then your heat is completely out at that point. So the backup scenarios at that point would have been to start an actual trash can fire, not inside the house, of course, but outside, and burning whatever you can burn. And unfortunately, in my scenario, I don't have a ridiculous amount of just wood, and yeah, I'm allergic to burning wood, so the backup that a lot of people may have had available to them where they were using fireplaces to burn wood to get heat probably wouldn't have worked for me. Because I didn't have... No, it definitely wouldn't have worked for me because I didn't have wood to burn, and my fireplace is actually gas anyways, so you couldn't burn wood in it anyways, nor has it ever been used since I moved into this house, so it's probably not maintained. I don't know how to specifically open the flute to let the smoke out the chimney, or in that case, since it's a gas fireplace, it would have been that. So it would have been quickly to the level of a trash can fire, or knocking on neighbors' doors, which even walking from one house to the other house is a major risk of slipping and falling. But yeah, knocking on neighbors' doors and asking them to take in basically a complete stranger. If I was gonna have to make a trash can fire, the only cardboard that I even have, I could break up furniture, but most of my furniture is either fairly nice or fairly difficult to break up, and probably not that much wood. Or if it is a piece of wooden furniture I have that would burn, it's probably a very sturdy piece of furniture that I would hurt myself or exhaust myself at least trying to break apart before I could even burn it. To a point, if I was really just going to try and burn furniture, the trash can fire idea then turns into a bonfire idea in which you're just throwing things on the front yard to burn in a bonfire scenario. The only thing that would have been reasonable would have been to start burning all of my Lego boxes, which, you know, printed cardboard boxes, they'll probably burn very fast and not give you much heat, frankly, and they very possibly would give out toxic fumes. So it wasn't a good backup plan. In an emergency, it was the only thing I really had to think about. Ironically, one of the things that heats my house normally is just the computers pouring out heat, but without power, they're definitely not pouring out heat at that point. So very quickly, it would have been a case where I would have used the emergency radio to just try and flash SOS into the sky and hope that some helicopter or plane would see it and try and get right help in the snow with like a trash can fire for heat, because they're really, I mean, I suppose I can burn clothing, that's going to give you not as much heat either, and in fact it's probably smarter just to try and pile as much clothing as possible. And see, when I talk about these scenarios and how bad it was for me, let me just point out that this was, for me, nowhere as bad as it was for other people. I managed to play this scenario as best as I could, and it wasn't a good hand to be dealt. And I am definitely thinking of it from the perspective of a card game. See, whenever this follower attacks and destroys an enemy follower, it had to have destroyed an enemy follower. Darn it. Well, that was wrong. But by, if anything, my only real strategic mistake was to not have abandoned the field faster. Like, the first day after the power had been out for a whole day, I should have left the house at that point. Instead, I stayed for a second day. And this was a winter storm that snowed and froze, and then it snowed and froze, and it's even tonight going to get below freezing again, but I don't think it's going to particularly snow. And honestly, the storm is not as much the problem as the fact that there's just no preparation for a storm of such kind in my area. So if the same amount of precipitation and snow had come down in Canada, for instance, there would have been proper precautions to maintain the streets and maintain the electric grid and maintain the gas and all of that. I would undoubtedly already own a generator, which I'm still thinking I might need to get that, but I'm not sure how much it really helps. Inherently, owning a generator only works if you have a small amount of stuff that you can live with in that emergency. And I'm not even sure that a gas or a petrol or a natural gas propane generator or anything like that would produce enough wattage to do even a small radiator heater or space heater, let alone charge phones. It's definitely not going to just be able to plug into a house unless you start spending massive amounts of money. You're not going to have a generator that's small enough and cheap enough that you could plug into a house and maintain a house. Ironically, even things in the refrigerator and freezers were thawing when the power is out for long enough, because while there is not a while it is very cold in a house, still being at like 56 in a house is many degrees above 30, 34, 36, where you would want your refrigerator, or 40 if you want your refrigerator a little warm. And it is of course 56 degrees away from 0 degrees where you want your freezer to be. So with the power out, things were still thawing dangerously towards the danger zone. If everything stays above 40, it should be fine. I'm below 40. It's usually the problem. But when I did come back, I did throw a piece of like meat hamburger away because it was in the refrigerator, and I wasn't willing to risk getting food poisoning at this point. The hospitals in my area are mostly working, but there is dangers of water shortages, which can stop some of the procedures in hospitals from working, and just hand washing. And there's a danger of power going out. Allegedly, that's why when I went to my friend's house, they still had power because they were near enough to a hospital that that entire small section of the power grid was given priority to stay online and working. Which is certainly something to think about when buying a house. If you can buy a house that is somewhat close to a hospital, while not being too close to a hospital that it obstructs the view, you might be in a very good scenario, depending on how much power goes out. Which, for me, the power does not go out that often. I have battery backups for computers for small little brownouts, but that's pretty much the only time the power even dips. Anyways, that's the long of it, and what this whole week has been about. It's been there is a game that I was definitely reminded of, where on top of having like a health bar, you had this effectively a stamina bar for heat, because you were, I think, fighting giant kind of alien arachnids on the planet, and that managed to it was this very snowy planet that you were fighting on and shooting on. I don't remember the name of it. I think it got a sequel, but that I am certainly reminded of that. And also Dead Space 3, a lot of that takes place on a snowy planet. So yeah, let's but yeah, I thought of that a little bit as far as video game related stuff, but that was pretty much all I've been thinking about, and that's very obsessive and kind of boring. There definitely were things I've dropped the ball on. Certainly I should have gone to the outside faucets, spigots, and weatherproofed them. I should have done that weeks ago. I should have watched the news better. Like, I don't watch local news, so I did not even know the storm was really coming. Although I don't think anybody really knew it was going to be as bad as they ended up being.
You're done for. Time to turn on the charm. Lovely. And that concludes today's sermon.
There we go. That was dumb. Now this is gonna be dead.
The uncharted desert awaits.
So yeah, having to focus on all of that and having that only to focus on sucks. I did manage to.
Wouldn't.
So there's also a lot of time where it's just nothing was happening. So I managed to do a Lego set, which was a Lego brick built chess set, which was probably about one of the most boring sets I've ever done. There's just like no minifigs in it, and there's just kind of nothing,
Together, everyone. For our future.
nothing to really say or do around it.
won't
But
be
it
long now.
it looks nice enough, and it's easier to understand, I would say, than the other chess set that I had from Lego, where it is a more
With one fell blow.
it's like pirates versus sailors, like British colonial sailors, and in that scenario it's kind of hard to tell the difference between a knight and a knight and a rook and a bishop in that set, because they are just minifigs. I think that idea is much better, and if I could have thought of a different theme, that would have worked better. At the very least, the brick built chess piece set, it's because of the scale there, you're going to have fairly large chess pieces, which they kind of barely fit on the squares. They're fine, but it would be kind of difficult to get your hand around some pieces without potentially knocking other pieces over. But that's probably true in a lot of chess sets, frankly. But at the minimum, they should have had, in my opinion, too many figures that would sit down and play chess at a minifig scale, so you at least have something to play with. The entire chess set itself is just really a box, and they put a decoration on 2 of the 4 sides, which is boring to build because it is a single stud wide brick wall effectively, and you're just doing brick wall design, which isn't exactly what you would want.
This town eats good folk for breakfast.
So yeah, there's
My stomach.
can we evolve here?
It all ends here. I ain't dead yet.
There really isn't just not a lot to that Lego set. I would definitely say, unless you're just obsessed with owning chess sets made out of Lego, give it a skip on that set.
Smiles are the best medicine.
And then I also was reading comic books, which I abandoned reading comic books, particularly DC comic books, nearly 5 years ago. But I had read the Sandman comics series, and I thought that was good. So a spin-off series is Sandman presents the Dead Boy Detectives, which is not written by Neil Gaiman. and frankly, because of that reason, it's just not really worth reading. Also, reading a spin-off of the Sandman series when you've finished reading the Sandman series like 5 years ago and you've forgotten about it isn't like the smartest thing anyways. And the Sandman series as comics is a long enough series on its own that a spin-off is not a good idea. On top of that, I was trying to read Ex Machina, which is a Vertigo. The other two are Vertigo prints. I don't know if the Sandman one's a Vertigo prints, which is DC's like mature line, or at least it was at the time. So these Vertigo comics were mature lines. Ex Machina is a superhero who's a superhero for a small amount of time, about 6 months, and then becomes a mayor, and I think eventually becomes the president of the United States. And so you kind of know at that level where this is, that it's very much a political comic more than anything else.
Stop staring.
Hey, well, hit that. And then hit that. And I'm gonna lose. So yeah, Ex Machina, I started reading, and then Why the Last Man is the other Vertigo comic I've been reading. I'm reading trade paperbacks, and I only have the first 4 of 10 for both Why the Last Man and Ex Machina. The Dead Boy Detectives was a single trade back collection, so I'm done with that. But I've had these for a massive amount of time. Like, I've had them for 5+ years that I've had the first 4 comics of these, and I've never had a scenario where I have had absolutely nothing else to do, where I've sat down and read the comics. So that puts me in a very weird position here, where I think I am going to take the time to just finish reading those trade paperbacks and try and get into the story and remember what's going on, and then just finish them. And then I don't know what I'm really going to do, because trade paperbacks are like $15, and so $15 times 6, you're talking $90 of investment to get more trade paperbacks to finish the story. And I think there's got to be a cheaper way to do that, particularly when I'm not super interested in owning these books anyways. Like, almost certainly I'm going to probably just give the trade paperbacks away when I'm done reading the story. So yeah, I probably will just, like, once a month spend $30 to get one trade paperback and try and move the stories forward. And then that's going to be my experience as far as comic books being completely finished. And I have zero intention or idea of getting any more, because that's just not going to work. Speaking of not going to work, I may have to pause this recording and just leave the stream running. Run to the bathroom. Alright, well, what I think I want to do today, as I'm ignoring the game here, is I'm going to look at the games that I have, and if it's something like this where it's like Fox and Pong, this is a interesting visual take on an Arkanoid game, but it's doing something slightly different in that it seems like it's kid friendly enough that this creature seems to kind of bounce down. Interesting. They kind of need to do that with all of them. Actually, the idea of the levels not really being ruined, or you're not really getting a game over when you hit it at the bottom of a level, is an interesting idea. 99 cents English. I'm going to put this on the follow list. Which is funny because I was going to use this as an example of the kind of game I was just going to not cover. So if we have some just pathetic, small, terrible games, I'm just not going to mention them at all. And so I'm going to probably be a little bit quieter. Here we have one called Alien AI. And see, this is like an example of a game that I could point out is it's almost certainly an asset flip survival game, but it at least visually looks good. It's $3.99, third-party EULA, English, allegedly full audio, but there's nothing here really to put it on the follow list. But that is also kind of the example of a game where it might be a little bit wiser to not have not have any time wasted by covering it. We will cover the news. So Gamma Sutra has an article. Lorraine opens a UK development studio to work on Baldur's Gate 3. Okay, so Larian Studios. Good to know. The other thing that happened is because the power is going out a lot, my computer was turning off and then turning on, turning off and turning on, which means I lost my session as far as open tabs on Chrome. I don't know why I don't have Chrome set to just automatically restore tabs. That seems like that would be the smarter move. So I had to recover from a backup snapshot from quite a while ago, which I don't think really matters too much. Right. Got 4. Can't attack.
My domain reaches to the ends of the skies. How's that? No, the blueprints! You're done for! Don't trifle with the next. I'll strike true!
There we go.
The blueprints!
Yeah, so yeah, I lost my Chrome tabs. It didn't matter though, because I just looked at what's on Steam, Twitter feed, and brought stuff back. There definitely were multiple based out of Texas, based out of that general area, video game companies that were affected somewhat. Mostly I think we don't even know the extent at which video game companies will be affected. I wouldn't be surprised if we hear that companies like Gearbox had major damage to their offices and they just don't even know it yet because nobody has been inside the buildings. It is
Well, on to the next project.
the insulation inside office buildings tends to be worse, so I wouldn't be surprised if you run into a scenario where there's a lot of office buildings that have burst pipes.
You're strong.
So yeah, this is a story still going on. Yeah. Let's see. We didn't, so far at least I haven't seen any stories of people getting stuck at offices. So that there was enough notice for people to not go to an office and get trapped there, which would have been a much worse consideration because there's usually not anywhere as much food. It's the 3-3-3 rule. You've got to remember you can survive at most 3 minutes without oxygen, at most 3 days, and you're not going to be happy about it without water, and at most 3 weeks without food, and you're definitely not going to be happy at the end of 3 weeks having not eaten any food either. And that is at most. Real people probably break down mentally much quicker than that. Much quicker. But in that scenario, you aren't going to have 3 weeks of food in the office refrigerator, and you aren't going to have 3 days of water that you could even store up in most office scenarios. Oxygen is going to be a matter of carbon monoxide poisoning and burning things in any location in most cases, unless you happen to be on assisted breathing devices like oxygen, at which point, yeah, you are definitely going to have trouble surviving somewhere without power if you've got a machine that is breathing for you or assisting you to breathe. Even people with sleep apnea that have to use the CPAP systems are going to have trouble with the power being out, which does go to show that the young and the healthy are going to be slightly less affected than the old and the unhealthy when power goes out. And frankly, you might even play some statistics if you really want to say that women in general might be more affected just because they tend to use the bathroom more often than men. Of course, the irony to even saying something like that is the old joke where somebody will say the world ends, women are most affected, which is exactly what CNN did at one point. Is it's like, yeah, women are being more affected by a blizzard than men are, and I'm like, all right, you can make those arguments, but is it really the time to point out to play gender politics and be a SJW when everybody is trying to survive and everybody is trying to get along as possible? That the getting along with people was something that people in general were failing at miserably before the blizzard happened, and now you're flaming the fires of more of that. Ironically, when I went to my friend's house, I jokingly told them, "Oh, I'll just talk to you about religion and politics," because the saying is never discuss religion or politics, and I really had no intention of actually doing that. And the irony there is that they actually talked about religion and politics a ridiculous amount, which I put up with. It wasn't unbearable by any means, but it certainly highlighted that
The hunt has only begun.
it is increasingly difficult for people to keep their mouths shut and avoid conflict. And I certainly am not excused from that group by any means.
You have no right to tread here.
Home sweet home.
One of the beauties of talking on YouTube, though, is you're running your own forum and you're running your own channel, and you can either talk about what you want to talk about or not talk about what you want to talk about, and you can mute everybody else. Where if you're in front of someone discussing things face to face, you either leave the situation or start fisticuffs, which both of which are possibilities, certainly. Back to video games, though. Leaks. TechRaptor has an article here. Leaks suggest the next Hearthstone expansion is set in the Barrens, which, alright, Hearthstone is still doing expansions. BlizzCon is just about to happen, and so there are some BlizzCon leaks that are happening right now, and on top of that, but I mean, you can't really be that enthusiastic about anything Blizzard is going to release, Activision Blizzard is going to release, because it's just not.
There you are, my little trespasser.
It's just not something
Away
of
with
real
you.
interest.
Away with you.
And
I
above
won't
that.
let you get away.
You think you're away with you.
That, and then that. Next, we have a game on Steam here called The Shore, which just looks kind of like a Myst clone, a walking around an environment puzzle. They're calling it a Lovecraftian horror exploration game. Maybe there aren't actual puzzles in it. So, that. Yeah, at a certain level, calling something a Myst-like game just because it is walking around is the wrong description. Yeah, this is just kind of a walking around simulation thing. If exploration game, $24.99 English full audio. That's a little too expensive from an unknown developer, but I gotta put this on the fall list. I'm not seeing anything here that looks asset flippy or low effort by any means. This does look like there's a story here. It might be that it's only 2 minutes long.
What an oath.
This victory is a
But
testament to your strength.
it might be that it also is 20 to 60 hours long or
Looks
longer.
like I won.
That's another thing that makes it difficult to compare other games to Myst and create the idea of a Myst-like game. Is the idea that Myst in its original form, if you don't know all the answers and puzzles, is going to be kind of an incredibly long experience of 60 hours to 20 hours, maybe, if you're lucky. Whereas you could definitely make a game that looked like Myst and had all the same scenes and environments of Myst using assets and pre-made assets, but then have it really only be a 2-hour experience. TechRaptor has an article here. Wizards of the Coast gives us our first look at Strixhaven. So this is the next expansion, which affects the collectible card game, and we'll come to the collectible card game as much as the real world printed cards. Here we can see all kinds of variants. Also, it's probably not worth mentioning every single expansion from Magic, considering how they just add new expansions
Let's speed things
4 times a year.
Too slow.
But sure, might as well have mentioned it. Somebody retweeted this article from TubeFilter. YouTube millionaires for 17-year-old Fortnite enthusiasts. Rift, the future is looking very bright. Yeah, I hope anyone lucky enough to be a YouTube millionaire, obviously this is a interview, I hope that they are safely investing that and the vast majority of that money, but it seems almost certainly they aren't, and that they're always buying mansions and like doing the same thing that professional athletes do, where they spend what very possibly will be their lifetime's worth of income over the course of 2 or 3 years. Which honestly, if YouTube were to be forced to admit that people who make YouTube content are effectively workers and therefore they all deserve a pension, even a pension based on their ad revenue earnings, I wouldn't be super opposed to that idea. That's the general idea of a pension, is that it is a kind of guaranteed income for having worked a job. It's slightly different than a retirement plan in that retirement plans have the possibility of being cashed out or frankly going broke, where pension funds going broke are harder things to pull off. There are certainly bad companies that go bankrupt and try to avoid paying for pension funds, but most unions that force pension funds to exist force the pension funds to be fully vested for many, many years in the future, for the exact reason that they don't want a company to go bankrupt and then stop investing in the pension funds, which most companies would love to do, and that's ignoring the many instances of management level people just straight up stealing money from the pension funds.
The uncharted desert awaits.
But yeah, if YouTube had a pension fund for creators, that probably would be a better move. Let's see. Than just paying out millions of dollars to young kids.
You're done for.
I'm ready for more.
But yeah, there's not too much to say other than around that. I also would probably say I wish there were fewer millionaires from YouTube and more 100,000-aires on YouTube. Like, I'd like to see smaller and medium YouTube content creators making more money versus the top 100 or the top 1% of creators making all the ad revenue. But that is the exact opposite of what YouTube is trying to do, where they're trying to funnel all the profit basically into celebrities that already exists YouTube channels and get rid of actual YouTubers if they can.
My resolve is rock solid. Critical hit. How dare you mock me?
Are you some sort of imbecile?
Okay. Moving on, TechRaptor has an article here. Soldier Boy wants to sell another game console. Previously, Soldier Boy was mocked for trying to sell what was basically a pre-made game machine. Yeah, it says back in 2018 he was gonna sell his own game console. He later followed up that announcement with another 2 gaming machines, but sales of these devices were ultimately halted under mysterious circumstances. From what I had heard, the machines were kind of pre-made Chinese clone emulator things. They were, if I recall correctly, advertising that they were going to be preloaded with like copyright infringing games too. which inherently I just don't think Soulja Boy knows what he's doing or has business acumen in the video game console selling world, of which very few people would have acumen in that. So like I get the idea that he wants to do this, but this is a dumb idea. It would make more sense if he was going to say he's making a custom branded ITX or mini ITX PC in a custom case that looks, feels like a console. It comes with a controller. It maybe has a special brand of interface on top of Windows or even Linux, although Linux would be kind of a mistake there. That seems doable, but no random person would succeed making a console any other way, and that's fairly obvious, because if you replace Soulja Boy with Bill Gates, if it was straight up Bill Gates himself, who has billions and billions of dollars, said he wants to sell another console separate from Microsoft and separate from other kind of investments, which that's really where Soulja Boy, I guess, could have maybe raised money if he was trying to start a company to sell a console instead of just selling something. That might have worked, but if Bill Gates himself said I am going to separately sell a console, it still would not really succeed. And I am not getting rotation victories with the swordcraft, so what I think I'll try and do here is well, I still need forcecraft victories too, but I think I'll just go over here and play unlimited, and in general I'm not getting victories at all for the free chests. The alleged, so far I haven't really seen her do anything, new host for alleged is the wrong word. It has been confirmed that Ovoli is a host for G4. She's put out this kind of anime-esque thumbnail video as an esports, and you can see she's apparently been kicked out of esports as a presenter in this video. So so yeah, I don't know who this person is, if he's supposed to be a G4 intern delivering a job to her. Yeah, I don't have the audio on, so yeah, she's kind of in a weird way introducing herself. I don't know why she's specifically fighting Esquire Network. So I don't really get a lot of it here. But yeah, maybe she got fired from Esquire Network in a public thing. The title there is "We're Bringing Esports, Anime, and Degeneracy." So, like, I like 2 out of the 3 of those things. Esports being kind of the exclusion there. G4 also put out kind of a schedule now to try and present it themselves like they are a TV channel, but the schedule literally is: at this time go to Twitch, at this time go to this YouTube channel, at this time go to a different YouTube channel. So they're getting the general idea down while not having a single portal. Which at the very least what they could do there is they've got the G4 website. The G4 website should be able to either embed YouTube channels or embed Twitch, or at the very least have their own custom player so that they can stream, or at least have links to it. That would be the very least. Let's just have links to those pages and say always go to g4tv.com or whatever the website is, which I think is g4tv.com, to see what is currently airing. But ideally you would want to get your own custom player, and have everything maybe simultaneously or even delayed released to Twitch and YouTube. Speaking of internet things, Facebook apparently pulled the trigger as far as before Google did, as far as this Australian law that says you have to pay for links to Australian news sources or any news sources. The way the law is written, it is so incredibly protectionist and ridiculous. So Facebook has removed news from your news feed, quote unquote, on Facebook. So now in Australia, people that are still using Facebook are only seeing posts from their friends on their news feed and not news, which that may be fine for a lot of people, because I don't think I ever wanted to see news on Facebook in the first place. At least for me, I'd be fine with that. I don't know if I ever do see any news on it. Yeah, I guess there's maybe one thing I follow that technically would be considered news. And immediately there's reports of news people saying, well, I get like 30% of my viewership from Facebook. All the new people that I try to get to come to my news website to read my news articles are coming through Facebook. And that has been consistently the argument of search providers such as Google, which is that it's not a case of Google stealing the news headlines from news providers as much as it is a case of Google providing eyeballs to the headlines and links to the websites, the news websites in the first place. And I totally believe that too. If I was running a website and I wanted people to actually visit it, I would be super enthusiastic and do everything in my power to make sure that Google had me listed as high as possible on their search results. And I would not care one bit if they're taking the first paragraph of text or the headlines of text. Because if my content that I'm making is only worth skimming the headlines, then my content is just not that good. And inherently that is the problem, is the content is just not that good.
Is that a human?
As far as news headlines are concerned.
I'm done sticking my... I told you to leave.
I've been trounced.
Feel the impact yet?
If I fall,
Do I want to summon 2 knights? No.
Too slow.
Do I want to kill this? Nope. So yeah, that is slightly video game related. Next we have a game on Steam here called Joy the Pug, which looks like it's mostly just a platformer. It looks a little too boring. It's tagged as a Metroidvania, which, I don't know, there might be an idea there of having a Metroidvania where you play as a dog, but if anything I would say this feels more like a Mario platformer game than a Metroidvania. $5.99 English only. That really doesn't look like there's anything there.
The fishies are dancing. Igar, Otohime.
Okay. What do we do now?
It won't be long now. Time to see what I can do. Let's have some fun.
Oh, this guy. I'm doomed. Doom.
I'll use the embers to start a conflagration.
Techcraft has an article here. Is Persona 5 Strikers an ideal starting point for newcomers? From what I heard, the answer to that is pretty much new. Techraptor says, if you feel brave, though, I can't say Strikers is the worst starting point for an introduction into Persona. As someone who has grown tired of the abundance of tutorials from extremely basic concepts in games, having Strikers simply kick me into action was very welcome. That the game also cuts some of the bloat from the main entries is nice too. After blasting through Persona 4 Golden in a few weeks, I definitely feel this series might be better served with some shorter games for once. Ultimately, it's up for you to decide, so they don't really want to answer it in a negative, but the answer is pretty much negative now. Right. Banish an enemy. Can do that. Yes, I can.
I'm waiting to get up close and personal, darling.
And can we do anything else?
You'll never hurt Otohime.
One,
Otohime.
and then we could do that.
Assemble!
That doesn't really
You'll
do
never
anything
hurt
for us.
Otohime.
We've lost.
Otohime.
Might as well just end the turn and be done with it. Yeah, we have a game called Darkness Under My Bed, which looks like it is a...
An exemplary battle.
kind of feels like the Cat Lady. It's a mostly stationary horror game, kind of puzzle game. What I take from this, particularly, is that this feels very much like someone is actually trying to do something horrific and trying to do something artistic, and it isn't just an asset flip, where we've seen so many asset flip horror games where you're in that same hospital. This is $8.99 English and Polish. I'm going to put it on the follow list, but increasingly we are seeing games that just seem like they are too expensive for their own good. I suppose we'll can play Forestcraft too. See, next we have a game called Survival Vacancy. This seems like this is Steampunk Dig clone, but maybe it has a little bit of Factorio in it also.
For me to prove myself.
I'm not sure if I like the graphics here for an idea of digging underground and creating a giant factory, and frankly I'm not sure I really like the idea of creating a giant factory in general in a 2D perspective. There might be an argument to doing something like this instead of Terraria, but Terraria is so relevant. It makes a lot more sense to play Terraria first before playing something like Survival Vacancy. It's the $15.99, bunch of languages. I'll put it once again, put it on the follow list, but man, is that price tag going to start really eliminating some games from consideration. $15.99 seems too high. Maybe I'm just particularly not in the mood to spend money, which would put me in an odd position because I'm normally always in the mood to spend money. But yeah, there is definitely some chances of repairs being needed, so at this specific moment I'm not itching to even think about buying more games, but particularly since I have so many already. I am fairly well set. Here we have a game called Analytical World, which looks a little 8-bitty. See, seems like it's kind of like an RPG Maker type story. They're calling it an adventure instead. $7.19 English and German. Yeah, I'm trying to look at these screenshots and see if there's anything here that interests me. And I just don't really see a game. I just don't really see an experience. Oh, darn it. It's that guy again. Next we have a game called Scrapplers, which looks very visually bad with its early access $1.99 English and Russian. I guess at a certain point there comes down a question as far as, do you want to potentially see low effort asset flips that you can easily dismiss, or would you prefer, or would I prefer specifically, to have to sort through a lot of instances of games that look decent but not as exciting as you would normally expect to see. Guess you just hit here and here. I think that's pretty much all I can do. See, here we have a game called Ronin 2 Souls, which
They don't call me the Star Sword Sovereign for nothing.
seems like there is something here. That there is a chance that this is more of a tech demo.
Bow your head. Prepare for the end. Star Swords!
And it seems like maybe it mostly boils down to a potentially bad sword fighting at a kind of on a 2D plane linear sword fighting experience. Early access $13.99 English and Turkish, which that's certainly weird to have a Japanese looking or Chinese looking game. Like, nothing here looks like it would be part of the culture or have made its way all the way to Turkey. I'll put this on the following list since it's early access. So here we do this, and go ahead and kill that.
Nothing to fear.
And then
You're done for.
have to evolve the fairy just to kill that. See, next we have Net King's Call, which that seems like a weird sounding name. It looks like it is just a clone of a strategy battle game. What was that? There was either a Digimon game like that, or it was a Bomberman. Early access, English. Guess I'll put it on the phone list. Unfortunately, I'm never really going to be in a position where I can just say, forget the like I'm never going to be able to say forget I lost my train of thought there.
It won't be long now.
Get that nice and big. Oh yeah, I was gonna say I'm never really gonna be in a case where I can say I can ignore the early access games and be certain that they will show up on what's on Steam again. Which is a shame, because if I was only looking at games that are actually available, then why did I get another emblem? Oh, that must have been through the battle pass going up level. They should give me those rewards after they show the battle pass going up. I still have no interest in investing in a battle pass at all. Yeah, and so far the whole internet hasn't dropped any frames. If anything, the rendering lag number of frames that has been particularly low. I updated my BIOS, which normally wouldn't really do, but there was a new BIOS. It told me there was, and I figured, hey, I'm doing other dangerous things, so let's install a BIOS update. I actually literally updated the BIOS, hit update the BIOS, and then the power went out for the first time, and I'm like, oh man, did I just potentially completely corrupt my BIOS? Fortunately, the answer to that is no, and I think the odds of that happening are pretty low anyways, because I think the motherboards I buy all have backup BIOS images, so even if one was corrupt, it would be able to automatically boot on the other. So there's a lot of safety, low-level things that should exist in a lot of things and do exist in a lot of things, compared to old days of building a 286 computer where the BIOS was literally a chip and you couldn't flash the BIOS even if you wanted to in most cases. Or if you could flash it, you'd need a chip programmer at the very least. We have Steven Universe Unleash the Light now on Steam, or maybe out of early access, $24.99. I feel like all the Steven Universe games were late to the party as far as whatever actual fandom Steven Universe had. I'm not sure. I really don't think that Steven Universe is still airing, and I don't know if there ever actually was a fandom here. So I can put this on the fall list and I can see if there's any fandom here or not. There definitely were some SJW politics that seem to exist in Steven Universe that definitely did have some backlash to it, so I wouldn't be surprised if it gets some negative reviews just because it's Steven Universe. But if the non-target market is reviewing the game negatively, that doesn't really give me any information. The idea would be, this is a kid's game. Well, at least it's a product that is targeted towards kids. I'll leave it to each parent to decide whether they think it's appropriate for their kid or not. And so in that scenario, the question becomes, would kids like it and want to play Steven Universe?
I'm done sticking my head in the clouds.
In a lot of ways, a game like Steven Universe, of which I think there's been 2 or 3 Steven Universes,
I travel in search of the unknown.
it's just not really a series that's big enough or popular enough to on PC particularly to compare to the gaping hole that we have for Mario games and Zelda games and things like that. Like there is just no comparison at all as far as the
and taboo are equal in my eyes. Oh, why'd it have to be a
as far as like what would be more generally popular and well known. And moving on now for something completely different, we have a TechRaptor article here that I can't even really scroll down. The sexy sci-fi waifu sim Subverse has a release date announced, and that release date is March 26th. There was definitely some like recent era people trying to cancel this Subverse game. There is always that weird situation where SJWs who proclaim themselves to be feminists, the kind of third wave feminists, they don't like any game where you're objectifying any woman, even if they're a robot, even if it's a completely fake person, even if they're ignoring the fact that there are bisexuals and lesbians out there that might want to play a game like Subverse, even ignoring the fact that Subverse may very well have male models too, and it is a sex game, it's an adult game, that's what it's going to be. Whereas in previous stages of feminism, we're not too far away from like the free the nipple movement, which was kind of pro women's bodies and them being able to show their nipples if they want or not in a same manner that men can walk around shirtless in many scenarios, and whether or not a man is getting any kind of sexual pleasure out of being topless while on a beach is really more his personal deal than something the law should probably be involved with. But even going further than the free the nipple movement, it certainly, first stage feminism was about the idea of being able to be on a beach and wearing bathing suits that were actual swimsuits instead of these ridiculous outfits that covered all the way to their wrists and their ankles, and then the push to being able to wear bikinis and two-piece bikinis and all of that. Like first wave and second wave feminism was about being able to dress or show as much as they want, and in the case of an adult video game, you have to assume that the characters are dressing the way they want in most scenarios. But yeah, Subverse is going to be a game that I think is going to be a lot like Second Life, where there's going to be user created and generated content. I don't know if there really is much of a game there. Anyways, it's definitely going to be a game that I couldn't really cover, but I will interestingly watch from the sidelines as it comes out. It could also, like many adult games, be just terrible, certainly too, but that there was just that minor controversy of an attempted cancellation, as it were, of Subverse before it even came out, and I don't know what really could be in Subverse that would require it to potentially be have any real controversy around it. Like, I don't know how bad you could make animations of fake characters that it would cross some line in my mind. And even if it did cross some line in my mind, it would probably be more a matter of taste, and I would just chalk it up to a matter of taste. Yeah, I just can't think of anything. What's funny is TechRaptor did put out a video that is a YouTube video that's adult age gated. I am seeing some male characters in this Subverse cinematic trailer. If anything, it reminds me of that sci-fi animated sex comedy Tripping the Rift that went on for like half a season. But you know, I'm just seeing some aliens and robots and a lot of women and some definitely feel like they're male. If anything, I think this trailer implies to me that it is going to be a lot more like a Leisure Suit Larry game than there is like a succubus character too, which seems a little out of more in the fantasy realm than, but she could be a succubus alien for all I know. And it being called Sub probably admits that these are going to be submissive characters, not dominant characters. So the main character you may somewhat dominate the fake characters. But yeah, that Subverse ad, if anything, makes it seem like there's more chance of comedy in the game and a linear story than there is a chance of it just being like super offensive. I don't think there's too many people out there that really are just trying to mix the ideas of a game like Postal 4 or 3, whichever Postal they're working on, or Hatred and adult content. Like, you really just can't serve two masters there. Are you making an adult game to titillate, or are you going to make a game that is offensive? You really don't need both. I'm sure in the Postal games there are adult content elements that are there to be more offensive than titillating. And interesting, this the video that I watched for Subverse then linked to one called Kuniichi 3 Dark Butterfly, a trailer of that. So apparently the same developer has another game where this is more of an adult ninja girl, adult game with a ninja girl fighting monsters and other ninja girls with adult content spread throughout of it. Honestly, Kuniichi 3 looks less tame than Subverse did. So my guess is this is a case where the creators of Subverse are somewhat set in Kuniichi 3 Dark Butterfly came out in 2018 according to that trailer. So if I was to search that, I guess it was a video because when searching it, it's not bringing up links to Steam or any game store. It's bringing up links to xvideos.com. So this might be a somewhat well-known adult animator that has decided to move into making video games. Yeah. Yeah, it's a Ninja Gaiden parody video. Alright. So, at least we kind of better know who the company is that's making Subverse, or what their skill level is. Okay. Didn't play enough cards there.
You're done for. So smart. Yeah.
And now for something completely different again. TechRaptor has an article here. New Minecraft update adds colorblind friendly ores. Now, I don't know why specifically some of these ores would be more colorblind friendly than others. It to me seems like this is a lighter gold, where this has maybe some more wider variance in shades of gold. This iron looks pretty much exactly the same as this iron. Perhaps what they've done here is they've changed the patterns a little bit. If you kind of look here, there is this down then up wave on all of them, and there's a square here, square here, square here. So each of the ore patterns were just like visual reskins and color skins of it.
Let's go to the ends of the earth. The
Let's
power
hit
of nature.
that,
The world cycles on.
and then attack here, evolve,
It won't be long now.
attack, attack, attack.
So sparkly. Yeah. No. Yeah. Unbelievable.
So yeah, now they have different patterns, I suppose. This black seems to be a little bit wider in clumps too. So that it might be just easier to spot. And this is still the same pattern as all the others, but that's for diamonds and only diamonds. So I kind of get the idea there.
You're done for.
And I guess they've done the same for even more. So here's like a monochrome comparison of what it would look like, and I guess that's where they got that idea. So this is what it would look like from gold to diamond and iron, and then redstone and coal. Is what it's saying, which is not the order in which those are. So they so now you can kind of see how these slightly would stand out if you were completely colorblind. Although I'm not sure how many people are so incredibly completely colorblind that they don't see shades of something. That seems like maybe a bit of a misunderstanding of what being colorblind is.
May the forest be at peace.
But yeah,
Well,
I
that's
can
it.
see what they're trying to do.
No.
There is also a snapshot for Minecraft that seems to be in the Java edition, working on basically getting rid of stone, smooth stone, and gravel, and the things that you would have seen underground below a certain level, and they are instead replacing that with basically a new third tier of stones and a collection of deep dark caverns, as it were, that
Help me.
that will kind of expand onto to what you'll run into, which does introduce some interesting ideas for particularly a lot of the pre-built levels. I'm thinking Captive Minecraft in particular was a great example of how boring it could have been. Captive Minecraft 1 in particular, you start very, very high on that level, and then you just kind of have to dig deeper and deeper, and by the time you start hitting the smooth stone and you're trying to get to certain levels to get to the diamond levels and stuff like that, it's not you've dug through a lot of stone, and stone is just so prevalent, and they added andesite and diorite and some other kinds of rocks that give different colors for like designing things, and that's about all they do, and they're trying to go further in that direction. So yeah, particularly with the deep dark caverns updates, and what is underground in Minecraft is becoming more and more interesting, whereas early days of Minecraft there was basically nothing under the ground other than your rare occasion of iron and diamonds, and that's the only reason why you were mining. So you would think it would be kind of obvious that the mines should get more interesting in Minecraft, but it is also fairly easy to have not made that revelation, since so many other things went in so many other directions. Let's see. Next we have a game called Modiverse, which seems like it's a physics asset flip game. Yeah, doesn't really feel like there's anything here. $10.19. English, allegedly full audio, bunch of other languages. Let's see. Next we have a game called Tiny Shot, which looks like it's a kind of bullet hell shooter. It kind of feels very much like a Binding of Isaac game if you were going to do a platforming shooting game. Yeah, there might be something to this. $8.99. They are comparing it to Binding of Isaac and Super Meat Boy. English full audio. I'm going to put this on the follow list and see if people like Tiny Shot. If anything, maybe it is just a little too much like Binding of Isaac. Alright, well, here. And then that. And then that. And that. And that. That. One. Two. And that should do 2 damage to them. Tech Raptor has an article here. What makes a good in-game from Destiny to WoW in the future? Which it's clearly just a opinion piece in this. I am not a fan of the idea of playing a game that's a service that goes on forever anyway, so the idea of needing an in-game means something very different to me than it does for ongoing game players. Because to me, an in-game means, oh, I want something that resolves the story completely and maybe leaves just enough room for a sequel and has probably some big challenge or boss fight.
You're strong.
What the heck was that? I have no idea what just killed me with 26 damage. That was ridiculous. Next we have a game on Steam here called Monster Collector, where you are seemingly capable of ripping the limbs off of monsters and throwing them at other people. So he's like ripped the head off a dragon, and he's using one dragon's head to flame to breathe fire on another one.
My claws thirst for battle.
And then you have swords, and they cut off and dismember limbs. Clearly this is a tech demo, and it's generally not a terrible idea as a tech demo, but it is a terrible idea as a game. Like, there definitely should have been more of a game here. And limb dismemberment in general isn't super popular or super successful. $22.49 for a VR game. It's not incredibly expensive, but it's probably too much for what this is offering. Techraptor has an article. Burning Crusade Classic is Blizzard's big BlizzCon leak, which I feel like it's fairly obvious what's going to happen as far as Warcraft Classic anyways, because it is just going to release the old content in the order that the old content came out. So unless there's an announcement that multiple expansions are going to be released at the same time, or something is being skipped or added early, that there's probably nothing new to say there. And certainly I think from most people's perspectives, talking about the re-release of an old game is only exciting if you want to replay that old game. Next we have a game here called Survival RPG 3 Lost in Time, which of course this is just an RPG Maker game. This is something I could have skipped without mentioning. $4.99, bunch of languages. If anything, I will say that game does at least look like the graphics are different than what we normally say. Well, without spoiling this too much, TechRaptor has an article here, Honeypop 2, all the cheats and patches, which tells you there are patches and cheats, which is, I guess, the information that you might want to know. Without showing the cheats, there's a infinite date moves, infinite stamina, infinite talking stamina, infinite seeds, instant max passion, instant max affection, instant max bonus affection, freeze bonus affection decrease, and you can unlock all the outfits and hairstyles. So that's the general idea. Apparently you need to use a cheat engine also to do it. Or you can change some text. So the game doesn't just by default have a place where you can type in cheats.
Too slow.
Too slow.
Which, what if anything, this points out that there still is nothing really to talk about. In fact, there's an uncensored 18+ patch, which is a file you have to download from honeypop.com. But yeah, there's just, if anything, that once again just shows that there is not any big AAA games to talk about right now, to the point where we are having our biggest conversation is a conversation around a sequel to a
How's everyone doing tonight?
I would say highly popular adult match 3 game that came out a few years ago. One of the other things that having to deal with power outages caused me a decent amount of problem is I think I missed my dailies on the gacha game I play, Destiny Child, for one day. But I was eventually able to use cell phone data, which is incredibly slow, and have enough power to get everything done. So I probably probably stopped a very long streak there, but that's about it. I probably have been logging in consistently for maybe a year straight without missing any days. Next we have a game on Steam here called Gravity Heroes, which just looks like a 2D shooter, and probably in the video it would look a little bit better. Is it player versus player only? Let's see, $8.99. It says single player split screen. There's a campaign and a versus mode. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of versus mode here, and I don't know if there's a lot of campaign here. And frankly, the screenshots did not give me the indication that this was going to be a versus mode focused game. But maybe I'm just a little bit sleepy. Yeah, now that I look at it again. Yeah, unfortunately that kind of gameplay is not really interesting to me. If your main focus is just player versus player. Here, TechRaptor has an article here. BlizzCon leaks continue with the Diablo 2 and Diablo 4 info. Which, yeah. I don't know if there's really anything important around Diablo 2 remaster leaks, or the fact that Diablo 4 is still being worked on but probably isn't anywhere close to being done. Frankly, also, I'm just going to go back to my Twitter page and then have official announcements from BlizzCon that supersede any of the leaks. I also feel like BlizzCon intentionally leaks information, and they just are not interested particularly in doing that. Here we have Pawn of the Dead, and now I know this game was in early access, so it seems weird that it's being now relabeled here as being released today on February 19th as 8 user. The art looks like it may have been worked on somewhat as kind of an attempt at a battle chess improvement, but I can't help but wonder if maybe this is just a re-release of the same game for $7.99. It's English and Turkish, full audio. You can see that there's a decent amount of early access reviews, and I guess now that it's out of early access, the user reviews maybe got reset. So once again, I'm going to put this on the fall list, and I don't know why it wasn't on the fall list before. And Asian Game Studio is it's Aslan Game Studio, sorry, misread that. If we look at the other games that they've made, there's one called Gravity Shift from 2016 that's mostly positive with 21 reviews. And then there's one called Clown House that's mixed with 1,054 reviews. So, I don't know if this is them releasing the game out of early access, or if this is a case of them simply trying to cheat the system and get better reviews a second time, or make a game look like it's new when it really isn't. next we have a game on Steam called Might is Right, which seems like it's a strategy placement game. Seems like it's got a lot of menus, almost like a Chinese game. Old school turn-based strategy game. I kind of like the idea of a very large character that can swing and like attack, but takes up 2 more spaces. There might be something here. And I would say these wizards kind of look different too. Is this supposed to be kind of like a Might and Magic clone? It's got a bunch of languages. It's 1274. I'm going to put this on the follow list, because there might be something that's harder to see there. Or I'm thinking there might be something there that's slightly different. I don't particularly like the idea of a name called Might is Right, because that is an argument that every government and every dictator has made for thousands of years. And if we are going to define right and wrong based on who has the most amount of might and power, then society has a ceiling as far as how much it can develop. Let's see. I killed that. Do we want to evolve anything? I think I kind of have to.
Best of luck to you.
Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Chacal, Chacal. I hope that's not like a bad word in some language. It looks like it's a kind of low effort Contra clone, for lack of a better term, beat 'em up game. It does not look particularly well developed. I'm not even going to complain about the graphics, because the graphics here could be an art style, but the actual gameplay seems to just be, you can jump and you can punch, and you can kind of punch and kick and fire. It feels like it's not enough of a game. English is not supported, Spanish, and Latin America, so that's an easy game to also ignore, since it doesn't support English. See, Gamatsu has an article. The Falcom 40th anniversary live stream is set for March 9th. So, Falcom is, I guess, the developer or publisher for the Legend of Heroes series.
You must die. I guess you're looking for a fight.
And we can close the bad ones. Here we have a game called Lucid Cycle, which is a set of short but unique experiences, which I think pretty much just boil down to asset flips. For $3.59, English, German, Chinese, and Turkish, which that's an odd combination. Next we have a game on Steam called Volt Patrol Stealth Driving, which the idea of stealth driving is kind of ridiculous. Like that's something you might have as a scene or a mini game twice in a standard like first person shooter. But even in that case, if you're going to put a driving mechanic, you want people to be able to drive and crash into people and like race, things that are much more interesting than trying to be stealthy. $4.49 English, French. I don't see anything there that could possibly be entertaining enough. I don't even know if I really believe that most stealth games are interesting.
Unbelievable.
Because you've got to put a lot of polish in them, to say the least. Here we have a game on Steam called Slay Uncool Monsters, which looks like it is a match 2 math game. It's a mobile phone game, and honestly, this actually looks educational. The problem here, I think, is going to be the $6.31 of DLC, and oddly the fact that this game is not available for sale. So, either this game has already been taken down from purchase, which that seems weird that the whole page wouldn't be taken down, or they just haven't put the actual game on, which is a shame, because even though this is a mobile game, they've at the very least moved some of the user interfaces to the side to try and improve on the graphics a little bit. This math is also fairly simplistic, so I think it wouldn't be a terrible game for me to try and cover without embarrassing myself. But yeah, the idea of having different character classes that are hidden behind DLC does kind of seem like you're asking for a lot of money for a game that seems to imply that it was free to play when it really wasn't. Let's see, next we have a game on Steam called Plot of the Druid Night Watch, which looks like an old school point and click adventure, and it looks very nicely animated. So, being a sucker for point and click adventure, it's a free prologue for a full game called Plot of the Druid, which, let's see if we can maybe just put the main game on the follow list instead, which is supposed to come out in Q1 of 2022. Has this company made anything else? Not really. See, and it seems weird. Here's you've got this whole problem where in 2020 of August, they came out with a demo that was labeled as a demo, and now they've started pushing the idea, or Steam itself has started pushing the idea of around releasing games as prologues and demos separately from being labeled as a demo, which then does certainly open up a question as to, has it been secretly said that Steam is going to get rid of demos in favor of prologues being standalone games so that they can just get their numbers up? I don't even know why you would want to do that. That's the weird part.
Fear and despair are no match for me.
It's like, if your idea was to simply get your numbers, the numbers of games on Steam to go up and up and up exponentially, that makes sense. But why would Steam want that? Why would they want more games to have to curate and have their recommendation engine fail to suggest? If they do get rid of demos, then here you have a demo link on the main page that would eventually disappear, and I just don't see the logic there. And that probably isn't the case. It probably is much more simplistically explained as companies simply being allowed to / encouraged to relist their games twice.
This bears further study.
But I'm not going to also hold that so much against Adventures for Life Studios and not put their main game on the fall list because of that either. Because that doesn't feel like a particularly shady thing to do. It just seems a little weird that Steam itself allows you to potentially list your game in two different ways.
Are you some sort of imbecile?
In a funny way, it's kind of like the endorsed industry standard way of flooding the Steam storefront and wasting wasting a lot of people's time, including mine.
Now quiet, now furious.
At your service.
It's not enough yet.
Right.
It won't be long now.
I'll save you all. No one gets past me.
So, this is my fate after all.
Let's see.
It's not enough yet.
See, next we have a game on Steam that's called Gangster War, which is kind of a Plants vs. Zombies or tower defense game.
The true form of this world.
It doesn't seem like it's much of a game, and it seems like you're using mouse aiming, which might be a little weird. But at 59 cents, English only, 40 levels, there's enough here to put on the fall list. That being said, this is yet another game that feels like it's either just come out of early access or is getting relisted. And that's weird because I haven't had this scenario happen before where I've seen a lot of games at the same time all of a sudden get relisted. That being said, the reason for that may very well just be a case of normally I get the what's on Steam listings from my Twitter newsfeed. If I'm getting them directly from their Twitter newsfeed, then this might be more. Right. This clashes gains +1. This would give an allied officer that much.
A prime target.
I have seen thy truth.
There we go. We don't need to talk about VR spaceship battle. It's just an ugly VR space game that doesn't interest me. Although spaceship battle games are somewhat limited, and the price is kind of nice here at $2.30 for a VR game. So if you're desperate for a VR game. Next we have one called Rocket Skates VR, which still seeing a lot of VR games. This feels like you're gonna fall over or get motion sick very fast with the idea of wearing rocket skates and going downhill. It's early access, English full audio. The thing here is if you're not attaching the controllers to your feet, then you're assuming here what really they're indicating is that you have a rocket on one controller in one hand and a baseball bat on the other, or a gun on the other. Which, okay, that's a little weird. Here we have a game called Llama Azavanti, which I don't know if that's a real word. And then there's Asian characters, and it feels like it's just kind of an asset flip game.
Order will remain.
Yeah, it just kind of feels like an asset flip zombie shooter. English is not supported, $3.94, Chinese only. Okay. Let's see.
Take my blade of resentment.
It all ends here.
Vanish like the. You're full of openings.
Don't call me short.
Next, we have Demon Zombie Outpost, which clearly is just another asset flip zombie shooter. At least this one has a chainsaw. At very least, I want to see all new asset flip games at least have a chainsaw in it. Go back to Doom minimal weapons. You need the selection of weapons that Doom 1 at least has. $1 English full audio, nothing there even for that price.
Imaginable.
Here we have a game called Alt F4, which is clearly a troll game and a frustration platforming, parkouring game with asset flips on top of it. It's early access for $1.79.
Water in the desert is more precious than gold.
See, next we have Cosmo Mon Avati's Escape Reality, which is a hidden object game, and it just looks like a hidden object game. So $2.39 is a decent price for a hidden object game if you're interested. From LK Mad. I'm just not looking for more hidden object games. Rush. Would be invoked. So I only probably have one of those cards. Let's just do that. And do that.
At your service.
No, get rid of that. And then get rid of that.
This bears further study.
Gamma Sutra has an article here. Valheim has sold over 3 million copies in 17 days. So that's a bit of news. Yeah, we have a game called Muffin Fight, which looks like it might be a VR game where you're throwing muffins while trying to also cook muffins. $16.99, VR only. Yeah, I just don't think that price is low enough for what this is. I think this is probably player versus player too. Online PvP. So it's kind of like the idea if you were going to stand in one place and do Iron Chef with a big wheel to make different kinds of muffins and then cook them. Do you not actually throw the muffins? Yes, you can throw the muffins. I can understand the thought certainly around this idea of a game a lot better in VR than a lot of other games. You're standing one place, you're not running around, you're not going to fall over probably. This apparently claims it's all proceeds are going to a charity of some sort. You have to actually cook and follow some procedures. You're not just consistently throwing muffins that are pre-made. There's actually a score and a timer. It actually does feel like a game. But yeah, as an online PvP game for VR, you're almost certainly never going to have 2 or 3 people to play with.
Time for me to prove myself.
Here we have a game on Steam called We're All Gonna Die, which is apparently a top-down twin-stick shooter for 4 players. It's free, so the price is right. English, actually single player, so why does it look like it's 4 players? Why are there 4 inputs here for what looks like a top-down twin-stick shooter where maybe you work your way through areas. I guess it has online co-op. Yeah, I don't see anything particularly interesting there. Let's see. Let's see. Gamatsu has BlizzCon Online 2021 here, showing off the dates and times. So, like, we kind of know on day one what is going to be talked about in general. And scanning all of this, I don't think that there's anything too interesting. The Hearthstone Battlegrounds exhibit may be new, but I don't think it is. Then a whole day talking about Diablo, pretty much. Then a whole day talking about Overwatch. And a little, like, one thing about StarCraft Legends. Wow, that was all the first day? Yeah, it seems like because BlizzCon now is an online thing, like everything pretty much now has to be an online thing. They've now put out a better schedule and a better just general idea about what they're talking about. In all possibility, it's very believable that the amount of stuff I just looked at, as far as events, is the exact same amount of events and presentations and talks that always happened at BlizzCon. But I certainly was not aware of that because
May the forest be at peace.
I never went to BlizzCon, nor would I really ever want to go to BlizzCon. It is also worth mentioning that BlizzCon in particular was a fairly expensive event that you were paying for tickets to go to. And unlike E3, you really are just getting announcements around BlizzCon and BlizzCon only things. Let's see. That's an old article. We don't need to talk about that. And Gamma Sutra still being fairly consistent around the idea of flooding their lists, their Twitter feed with announcements covering old articles.
Fairies, you're mean. Stay away.
Gamma Sutra does have a new article here. Valve pushes back against Apple's attempt to rope it into the big Epic versus Apple dispute.
Oh, come on! Oh, come on!
So, yeah. There's an article here, but I frankly don't have time or interest to even read it. Like, it might be important information, but the whole Epic versus Apple lawsuit is just going to take so much time, and it's going to be really forever before anything happens. So, I am frankly right now just a little too tired and a little too exhausted. I'm more exhausted, I think, than I probably realized.
Help me, fairies.
So yeah, I'm gonna not bother to read that article. Apologies if that is something that interested you. yeah, I suddenly just
Let's play.
felt really, really tired, and we still have tons of games. And see, I was not able to really think of
Oh, you're strong.
um, a good plan here. I thought maybe if I'd streamed really early, around 7 in the morning, right when I fell asleep earlier today, that I would maybe do a 3 or 4 hour stream then and then come back later and stream. I might even stream on the weekend. That would be an interesting experiment. But yeah, I'm feeling very tired, and I'm not sure how much longer we can go. We've been going 2 hours and 40 minutes, or 35 minutes anyways, and inevitably with Shadowverse, getting victories is unlikely to happen. Wolfeye Studios is one of the game studios I follow. They let's see if they say where they actually are. No, but they did say some of our team are experiencing firsthand the awful events in Texas this week. Our teams are safe, but many vulnerable people are not in need of our help. Please considering donating anything you can to keep warm and safe. And they've listed to a Texas weather crisis assistance Google document, which seems a little shady, frankly. But it also is not super surprising that nobody has the organizing capacity to all of a sudden create a GoFundMe or charity place where you can donate. I would say it would be safer probably to donate to like the Red Cross or any known charity that is likely to help. And certainly help often starts at home and then spreads out from there. So if you have anybody you know directly that's been affected by this storm, helping them is probably the best bet. And while I have been affected by the storm, it'd be kind of pathetic at this point, since I have nothing that seems to have really broken or gone damaged, for me to go help me by supporting me on my Patreon or by like gifting me games on Steam. That would be kind of ridiculous help anyways in that scenario. If you want to support me on Patreon, by all means, please do. You'd be my first Patreon supporter ever. But do it for the reasons that you want to support a small-time YouTuber, not because you think I need it because of a storm. Yeah, generally, if I need more income, I need more income because being a YouTube content creator doesn't pay the bills. So it needs to be like ideally long term and growing at some small rate style of income.
No one gets past me.
This is our way out.
Too slow.
Stop!
So yeah, I would be probably happier with somebody that donated $100 over the course of $1 a month for 100 months than I would be with somebody who donated like $100 once in general.
Fear not, for I am here.
I guess kill that.
No one gets past me.
Let's see, next we have a game on Steam called Eternal Blood, which they're calling an arena shooter. First person arena shooter, $11.04. What I'm thinking here is it's probably more of an asset flip game than a like Doom or Quake style game. I kind of like the artistic style here, but I think it's just relying too much on redness and darkness and the idea of really big characters while you're just running around and casting spells seems to be not polished enough. Like, if Doom in general was just an arena shooter and it didn't have any secrets or levels, I definitely would not have any real affinity for it. Ambush Bane.
You've tormented this city for too long.
You're done for.
The streets have eyes. Mine. Behind you.
And that
Keep on
concludes today's
playing.
sermon.
Here we have Candyfall on Steam, which is basically Clax, and I haven't seen a game like a Clax clone in a very long time. So the candy falls down the conveyor belt, and you have to click buttons to change the order so they match. In a lot of ways, this feels like it kind of is just a cell phone game. It's widescreen, although not completely widescreen. It's 99 cents. It's English only. Even if this wasn't a cell phone game, no, it's just too simplistic and arcadey of a game to have any real reason to criticize it. It kind of is what it is, and whether you like it that or not is often just gonna boil down to your personal taste in specific games. It's gonna be level based, so there's like 12 levels of difficulty, which means more than likely it's a incredibly short game. Then 12 levels of difficulty seems like far too few. Next we have Zombie Army 4 Dead War. This is an actual game from Rebellion, but I feel like the Zombie Army 3 existed, so maybe this is the next game in the series, or maybe this is a re-release, but it doesn't feel like a re-release. It's from the people of Sniper Elite 4. $44.99. De Nouveau, English, full audio.
The real battle
Hey,
begins.
well, you put this on the fall list, and
Shine ever brighter.
is it single player? It is single player, if you want to. It kind of feels a little bit like Left 4 Dead more than a Sniper Elite game. I don't know if that's specifically how the Zombie Army games have been going. It probably is a smart move that they would potentially release Zombie Army 4 before the Back 4 Blood game comes out, because as soon as the Back 4 Blood game comes out, then any fandom or desire to play something that looks or feels like Left 4 Dead is going to go to Back 4 Blood, I'm sure. Here we have a game called Learning Factory, which feels like a factorial game for kids, but looks to me very much just like a Factorio clone in general. About machine learning and cats is apparently the idea. Early access, $13.49. Yeah, I just don't think so. Well, I gotta put it on the fall list though, because it's mostly positive. But ideally, I'm gonna have to, next time I do a wish list cleanup, I'm gonna have to be very careful to curate down to a reasonable number of Factorio clones. Deal 3 damage to an enemy follower. That's gonna really not save me. I clearly evolved too early a lot of times. Next we have a game on Steam called Natsuki Chronicles, which looks like it might be slightly zoomed in R-Type clone.
An exemplary battle.
Does have an interesting thumbnail with an anime girl. And it looks like there are some people that might even talk to you during combat. Hopefully that would be voiced. There's something here that makes me feel like this might be a little bit easier and controller based. Full controller support, Japanese full audio. It doesn't strike me as super bullet hellish as far as the shooting. The camera does seem just zoomed in too much though. So I'm going to put that on the fall list. I'm not sure if that really is the type of game I would want to ever play. But it is probably a good game of that type that I could stick a finger into and try. Or no, that's not the phrase. You don't stick your finger into something, you dip your toe in. Here we have a game called Time to Golf, which is seemingly 3D models of assets as you're trying to golf a tiny golf ball on what looks like a giant garden type area. $4.99, bunch of languages. It feels a lot like a slight shift on Getting Over It with Benet Fani. And I just don't see enough there to make that look like that would be interesting for more than 5 minutes. Here we have Mech Mechanic Simulator Prologue, which I definitely wouldn't want to play the prologue, and I'm not sure the idea of a mech mechanic simulator even makes sense. Let's see. But I'll throw him a bone and put the actual game on the following list. And we'll see if anybody ever says that there's a decent idea behind that. At a certain level, even doing a job that's a fictional job is still just doing a job in a video game form. And so it gets fairly iffy as to whether I really would want to do someone's job, which is being a mechanic. There's a Polish game called DIS the Game, D-I-S the Game, which is mixed reviewed and looks terrible. So I mean, I can show it for a brief second here, but yeah, there's kind of nothing here. It looks interesting. Seems to be some kind of inside jokes, probably that only makes sense to maybe Polish people, and maybe not even every Polish person would understand what this is, what the game is about. Let's see, next we have a game called Tastemaker, which looks like you run a kitchen slash bar slash pub type place. It's early access, $8.49. I don't see anything there that's that interesting. I guess if you really like the idea of running the taverns in that other game that was popular for a brief second, but wanted to make a modern restaurant instead, that might be a game that could do that for you. But I suspect there's probably 2 or 3 games that already exist that could accomplish that desire anyways. Next we have a game on Steam called King Pong, which looks like it's Pong with neon lights, and it's probably VR. Early access for $17.99. That's way too expensive for Pong, English and French.
Verifying access.
I just don't think that there's a real process there. Right. Let's see. If we do that, and then we play that, And then we do that. Next, we have a game on Steam called Hatchpunk, which looks like it's a first-person shooter game. This feels a little too asset flippy. Like it feels like it's just missing some textures, and it's trying to have almost like a Borderlands style art style to hide the fact that it just doesn't have textures. Let's see, it's $8.99, English full audio. I'm just gonna be super generous and put this on the follow list, but yeah, I really don't think that there is enough there. Let's see, next we have a game called, what is it? Metropolis? Looks like it's a point and click adventure game. It feels a lot like the animation style of Broken Age, I believe was the name of that point and click adventure game. $19.99. It's from maybe the same developer as the Nelly Kudalot series, but maybe not. English full audio. I don't think it really is. I'm gonna put this on the follow list. I kind of like this as a Western art style in general. It is something that gets away from just emulating the anime art style, and it is consistent. Not every single Western thing should be animated this way by any means, but if I saw it more often, I would not be upset about that by any means. So do 2 damage. This pretty much is the only thing I can do. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see, we've got a game called Lemon Cake, which looks like a cell phone kind of kid-friendly game where you're seemingly just cooking and serving food in a restaurant. $12.74, bunch of languages. I don't know if there's enough of a game here that would interest me, but I could certainly see like a little girl maybe thinking they want to play something like this, but I don't know if there actually is a point in this where you would want to actually play. It's a time management simulation. It's like a lot like Cook Serve Delicious and some of the other things. Like, there are far too many games that are around this concept, and the only gimmick here is that the graphics are in 3D and they look slightly better than your average 3D. So putting this on the follow list, you can see it's already very positive. I just don't know if that audience is the audience that really plays games enough.
Missed the landing. You're done for.
Like,
My beauty will so vile you are. Treacherous.
I suppose I am ignoring a possibility here that a game like Lemon Cake being popular might be an indication that the next generation of gamers do enjoy restaurant management simulator games. Once again, it is a case where you're doing somebody's job. Here we have a game on Steam called New Monsters, which is clearly a Pokemon clone. If anything, it feels like it might be directly stealing content and just reskinning Pokemon 1.
This is exactly what I didn't want.
Which at a certain point, I kind of can't hate that idea either. $10.04 English. It's funny to have all the Japanese writing and then not support Japanese. But yeah. because the original Pokemon games and just Nintendo games in general are not available on PC, I can't really complain too much if somebody did steal the vast majority of actual map layout and level design and character attributes and skills, and they just reskinned it, the visuals, enough to not potentially be sued, which arguably maybe they haven't even done that much so far. It's not like Nintendo is short on money to sue people.
Let's play. It won't be long now.
So yeah, new monsters has to be on the fall list. I feel like I'm gonna run into the fall list at some point and realize I've just put way too many things and I'm delayed on a curating cycle. But that being said, I need to schedule videos before I do anything else.
Witness the power.
Here we have a game called Discovery Yard Police, which looks just to be an asset flip game for $4.99. Claims to have online PvP and single player. I assume it actually does. Well, in all fairness, if I say some game claims to have full audio, I can easily also make the same statement that a game claims to have multiplayer. That's kind of the beauty of using the phrase claims, is that you're never going to be inaccurate by saying something claims something if they do claim it. Here we have a game called Param Saga, which looks like a JRPG using just kind of asset flipped RPG Maker version 2 textures and skins. $9.99, nothing there.
I'm always in search of new technology.
Here we have
Access.
Ultimate Adom Caverns of Chaos. I have no idea what Adom even is. That's supposed to be an old school game. I like this fantasy art style too. I wish I saw more of that.
Whoa, you're strong.
It does kind of seem like this is a roguelike dungeon crawler game. And so they're kind of showing you the text ASCII based way it would have looked originally, and you can see the regular. There's a problem here with just endless procedural generation. I don't see an end game to that. It's early access, $16.99 seems fairly expensive. But I kind of want to keep an eye on this game. Like, more and more, the games that are ending up on the fall list may not really have any chance of being purchased, but that they may have an interesting story to tell still. Here we have a game called Yinglet Prologue, which looks like an assortment of wavy lines, and that's about it. It's free, at least that there's something around that as a demo for another game. See, we have a game here called Rustler, which seems to be a top-down twin-stick shooter in kind of a medieval theme. Unfortunately, what I'm seeing here is it's already mixed, so people are not liking it. Seems like it's supposed to be kind of funny and it has actual story. And it seems like it's somewhat ripping off the Monty Python's Search for the Holy Grail movie. Early access, English full audio. It's probably stupid to put this on the fall list, but I'm gonna do it anyways. Because I would like to see if maybe they can improve upon it. Because what's weird here, more than anything, is it looks like there's a real game here instead of just it being a joke game. Even though a lot of the advertisements clearly are memeing it up quite a bit. But yeah, I'm not sure what's really going on there. Here we have The Light of Summer, which looks like it is a RPG Maker game or a exploration horror game, take your pick. Actual trailer seems to be showing a very roughly sketched image. So it's like they're trying to do a short story, horror story using RPG Maker. Free English, but then it says it has a Japanese voices, which is not listed here. It's saying it's 15 to 30 minutes long. Yeah, I don't think there's anything there worth anybody's time at that point. Do this.
Call me short.
Turn. Yeah, we have a game called Amaze Gears, which is clearly just a maze game for $1.19. A lot of these garbage games I could have just chosen not to talk about. Here we have one called Glam, which this is an interesting looking character. A precision platformer, frustration platformer. Is there really any other game here, or is it just Celeste and so many other platformers that we've seen? Like, inherently, I think I have to dismiss this just because I'm not seeing any enemies, and if it is just another frustration platformer, I never succeed at those. So it's just not the kind of game for me. I will say that this does look like there's more polish to it, so there is an idea here. It seems like she's swinging on her with her hair too, which is an interesting gimmick. $15.99, English only. Check it out if you want to. I'm gonna choose to skip putting that on the fall list, which inherently that must be incredibly frustrating for some people, because that is me just immediately admitting that there are some kinds of games that look better than others, and I still won't put them on the fall list because of the way they play. But I guess that is the truth. So yeah, we have Legacy Witch Island, which is a hidden object game from HH Games, and it's $7.19, which, while not terribly expensive compared to Big Fish games, though usually $12.99, is much more expensive than the $2.99 one we saw earlier. Here we have a game called Zen Farm, which is it card based? No. There was a game I played on my cell phone called Adventure Town, and this feels a lot like that, where you're running a farm and you're decorating. And what's weird about this is if there's no in-app purchases, I feel like you're not going to have any new content ever added to this. And so a ever-growing city/farm is not actually interesting if you kind of know that there's an end game there and you're never going to get any new content. And this definitely feels like a cell phone game. You can even see it has like 4 currencies, so somebody is definitely selling it without putting in the microtransactions. So I don't even know how they modified it so it would have access to the different currencies.
Brother, at your service.
Alright.
Hey, how's everyone doing tonight?
Do we want to... Go ahead and kill somebody.
You're done
Guess
for.
we do.
I'll save you all. No one gets past me.
Can I
The thing I'd also
compliment you?
say is running a farm versus Adventure Town. Adventure Town wasn't even that good of a game, but at the very least you had enemies that you would fight, or you would send warriors out to fight enemies, and then they'd come back. You could claim victory after like 4 hours or something, so it was a time delayed reward scenario. But the town also had a wider variety of decorations and types of buildings and things it could potentially have had, compared to a farm, where a farm can really only have a small amount of stuff.
Best of luck to you.
Next we have a game on Steam called Researcher, which looks like it's just a platformer where you're looking for coins. I'm not even seeing any real enemies. $1.19 English only.
Steal responsibly. You beckoner.
Here we have Physics Car Forever, which clearly that's not going to be anything for $1.19 English only. Next we have Formula Bit Racing, which, yeah, it's a Formula One racing game that seems to shift in visual angles quite a bit. Like, seems like the actual game is mostly from an angled perspective, but I guess you can just move the camera. $3.74 English. I'm just not seeing enough of a game here. It feels like maybe there's only 4 or 5 routes, and just having a bunch of tracks alone, even if there was 100 tracks, is not enough to maintain my interest these days.
Raise your blade.
By the Knight's Code.
There we go. I almost certainly am just gonna have things left over. Here we have one called Dusk of the Wasteland Age, which seems to be kind of a card-based zombie survival dungeon crawler. It's early access, English and Chinese. I think there might be something to this though. If you could get really translated, and you could have a real game there. So I'm gonna put that on the fall list. Although I'm just crossing my fingers for very, very unlikely amount of polish from a Chinese developer. Next we have a game called Void Out Parkour, which is clearly just asset flip parkour game for free to play with allegedly online PvP, English only. Yeah, I cannot start saying allegedly online PvP, though that will take twice as much breath space to do that. Here we have Little Elf Tower Defense, which, being a tower defense game, it's immediately out, but also it seems like it's a Chinese game for 59 cents. See, next we have a game called Puppy Pippy, which, yeah, this looks like it's maybe more of an adventure game. Think there might be something here. 2D platformer, Metroidvania, English, Chinese. Yeah, I'll give that a chance. We're seeing enough variety here in the screenshots that it at least has a chance of being a game. Well, free victory to give me a treasure chest.
The pleasure was all mine.
See, I really want to wrap up here, and I really can't. I did decide to put the Humble Bundle page, pin it to my start bar instead of, yeah, like One Forest Craft is probably the only other victory I could hope to get today. unless I play off screen. So that does mean at any point, if I just want to call it, now that we've been going for like 3 hours and 10 minutes, I can just say, all right, let's look at the Humble Bundle and let's leave all the other tabs where they are. The only problem there inherently is going to be if there are news tabs and they are just blocked by all of the Steam games that came out tabs, which is exactly the situation right now, I imagine. We just won't talk about the news points today. And I kind of feel like I'd like to talk about the Nintendo Direct that happened. The BlizzCon stuff could easily be left for a potential stream on Saturday or even Sunday, or just wait till Monday. The whole Storm stuff still hasn't guaranteed to be done with, so there is a possibility that that I could lose power again, or other problems could occur. Like, had pipes burst in my house, for instance, it would be somewhat unlikely that the water would have gotten high enough to hit the foot off the ground computer that I just built, but I definitely have a computer that's on the ground. I definitely have power supplies and my PS3 and plenty of other things that are on the ground. It is totally possible that any kind of water damage would ruin the bases of any furniture or the walls in the house, and the electrics certainly too. It does almost make a better argument that outlets are probably too low to the ground in the first place. But they do usually only put outlet boxes a foot off the ground anyway, so they probably were thinking of that as a concept, is to not have an outlet on the floor. Some places do have outlets straight up sitting in the floor, and wiring going under the floor, but there is kind of a logic for running all of your wiring through the ceiling and all your plumbing through the foundation and the floor as much as you can. Anyways, moving on, we've got a game called Less Claudia. This clearly is a cell phone game, the Chinese cell phone game. Says it has English full audio, but then the English language is not supported. Here we have a game called The Great Empire, Relic of Egypt. I do want to play Egyptian games, but this is a resource management game. And so I don't know what would justify playing a resource management game just because it's an Egyptian game, themed game. Like, there's definitely a desire at some point to play something that would talk about ancient Egypt a little bit more. I just don't think the story would be there, even in this case. So yeah, I'm gonna have to skip that. Let's see, well, do that. Do that.
Let's play.
Oh, darn it.
Stay away. They're picking on me. Stay away.
That was the wrong card. I was thinking of a different card. Next we have a game called Mahjong, which looks like Mahjong, but it's misspelled, so let's see.
Ow!
It's a different version of Mahjong, I guess. Sichuan Mahjong, also known as Chengdu Mahjong or Bloody Mahjong. So, alright. Well, then why do you spell it Mahjong then? 99 cents. there does seem fairly silly in that case to have a specific variant of Mahjong. If there are actually a large variety of variants of Mahjong, the ideal Mahjong game would have you play those multiple variants in one, and if they are just rules changes. That's one of the things that I was thinking about building the Lego chess set, is chess as it stands is particularly terrible as far as not having introduced any variants or any other things you can really do with the pieces compared to a deck of cards where there's like 44,000 plus variants of solitaire. Of course, there is like shogi, Japanese chess, and there's checkers that you can play on a chessboard, but that's pretty much it. Any other variants are so few and unknown that they really don't rise to the level of being relevant at all as far as chess goes. You would think that there might be a more simplistic version of chess where maybe all the pieces just move forward and attack forward, and so you would just be playing like all the pieces were pawns, and that might be a way to teach people how to play it, and that would simply be a management game at that point as to who can move the pawns out fastest or move the right piece at the right time.
Done for. You won't get away with this. Stop. Have you hands down?
Alright. See, next we have a game that looks very interesting. It's all Asian characters, unfortunately. Like, this actually looks like a game, and unfortunately, I think I'm going to scroll down and see English is not supported. $6.99 Chinese only. It looks like it's a Metroidvania game where you'd run around, swim, jump, and find animals, find collectibles. Like, this is probably the first Chinese game I have seen that actually looks like a game that I actually am upset doesn't support English. Whereas then you have games like this that are LX patterns, which clearly this is just a collection of low effort mini games for 84 cents. That's English. 1, 2, 3, 4, 12.
It won't be long now.
Probably gonna lose.
So smart. Yeah. A fitting end.
For the cuddle.
Are we done?
See, next we have a game called Brutal Wizardry, which seems like you're able to levitate and drag people and dismember. We're starting to see more and more dismemberment and gore in VR games. So somebody obviously has released some art assets and code to support that. This is $17.99, English only. Yeah, it doesn't really look like there's an actual game there, other than your standard stand in one place and attack things at range. We got a shooting game called Star Aegis that seems like you also have a shield that bounces back some shots, which, while that might add some more challenge to a game like this, it still looks pretty terrible. 74 cents English only. Here we have a game called The Catacombs of Solaris Revisited, which is clearly just an asset flip maze maker garbage game. $9.59. Just a puke of color on the screen. Let's see.
But next time I'll win.
Let's see. What can we do? Guess we have to play this. And this. And then evolve this.
This ends here. A fitting end.
And hit that. Next we have Batalis Galactus, which looks like it's a bunch of asset flip things for $4.99. English, Spanish, Latin America. There's Android Auto, and now they are trying to push Android Automotive, and you would think that that was the same OS and everything like that, but basically, as I understand it, Android Auto is kind of not going to go any further, and it's been kind of unlikely to be adopted by newer car manufacturers in favor of Android Automotive, which will let you have actual apps that you can install. So there is this possibility at some point in the future where you would be able to park your car and maybe turn it off completely, or turn it into maybe even a game mode or an app mode that then might let you turn a steering wheel as the peripheral to using a car. That's not something they've promised or anything, but it's something I've certainly was thinking about, is that this might be where we are going in the future, is that there will be some kind of Android-like racing games and that those Android-like racing games, yeah, I just lost, may let you use the controller, the steering wheel, and maybe even accelerate and brake. Yeah, it'd have to be the accelerate and brake too. So all that would have to be able to send a signal when the car is in game mode to the radio LCD or whatever. But that's where I think games might actually be slightly interesting, at least racing games. It'd be kind of silly otherwise, and it would make a lot more sense to either have Bluetooth controller support or USB support for any other kind of game other than a racing game. But the idea of apps of any sort really being able to be installed on your computer's entertainment system, that's what it's called, is intriguing as an idea. It's late to the party for sure. But yeah, that's where they're starting to do. Apparently there's a Unix-like operating system that Ford developed called QNX, I believe is the letters, that they've been using instead of just using Unix or Linux or anything else for their underlying operating system, whereas Android Automotive would still be Android with whatever little bits of Linux are at the core of Android. Because I still don't think there's any version of Android that is not at its core Linux. Next we have a game on Steam called Super Red Hot Hero, which looks like it's just a platforming game, but there's enough visual polish here. I might be interested in it. It's $19.95. See, the problem here, I think, is if I didn't bother to look at the videos, I could probably save myself a minute or two every time. That being said, I'm then lesser informed about what this game might be. And see, when I'm watching the videos of this, it does look like it is very much just a high skill level platforming game that doesn't interest me. So instead of putting it on the follow list, which is what I was going to do, I'm going to now just close the tab and ignore it. So now I am at the point where either a victory with Swordcraft or Forcecraft works for me. Next we have a game called Bad Guy Adventure, which they say is a side-scroller roguelike, but it doesn't even look like it actually is that, because I'm not seeing any way this is a side-scroller. Seems like it's a one-screen shooter, if anything. $1.79, English, Russian.
Where my blade dances,
Nothing there.
heads roll.
That gets it to the follow list. Let's see. Here we have one called Shores Unknown, which looks like it's a RPG. And yeah, graphics don't look particularly good. I don't think I'd want to play a game with this style of graphics that is an RPG game. They're calling it a tactical RPG and a character RPG, or I think that's what CRPG stands for, character RPG, or no, that can't be it. Chinese RPG? But it doesn't support Chinese either, so I've forgotten what CRPG stands for. Regardless, I don't see anything there to make it to the follow list. Next we have a game called Viola, the Heroine's Melody, which apparently is a half rhythm game, half JRPG experience. I'm not sure I really want to play any melody games because I have no rhythm. But yeah, this does look interesting enough that I think it deserves a follow. $14.99 English only. Very possibly a little too expensive. This is already on my follow list, so I've seen this before and I've just forgotten about it. It has 27 reviews, 100% positive, from its, I guess, either coming out of early access or in its early access time. So we have a lot of them that were received for free, giving positive reviews. I guess in this case I'll just leave it on the follow list. It does not yet rate the number of reviews from. Oops, I could have attacked there. Like, I require a minimum of 30 reviews, and I probably should knock the number of reviews up to like 40 before I feel like a game is relevant enough.
Every petal must fall eventually.
Here we have a game called Bug Evasion TD, which is clearly a tower defense game. But at the very least, I will say that idea is different in that it's bugs and the art, it looks different here. It's $6.24 English only. Still not going to make it to the follow list just because it's a tower defense game.
Was all mine.
We're getting some we're getting some concession victories, which I will take it. Yeah, with the battle pass in particular, if you take a week off, you run a high risk of not filling out the maximum amount of reward you could get. Which, yeah, that's the thing about a lot of games that want you to log in and play daily. Here we go. Here we have a game called Free Solo One Life. I don't even know what this is, but it looks just terrible. Free to play with a Immortality DLC for $2.99. I assume that this is like free climbing solo, which is probably the most risky way you could climb, ignoring where you're climbing and what you're climbing on. And that's probably the idea of it being subtitled One Life. Here we have a game called Buried Under Rocks. It looks like it's just a dark screenshot horror first-person shooter game for $5.59. English only. Yep, not seeing anything there of interest. Here we have a game called Shattered Tale of the Forgotten King, which, yeah, that looks like a real game. It kind of feels a lot like Darksiders. Yeah. $21.24, English, French. That definitely deserves to be on the fall list. If anything, I should probably just go ahead and look and see. There's 175 reviews. It's 73% positive. There's really nothing here that jumps out as something that I wouldn't want on the wish list. This is a game that I can just skip straight to the wish list. Right, let's do that. And then that. Here's something we can easily ignore. Jigsaw Pieces, Valentine's Day. I went fairly far back, like a whole week, looking at games that came out, and so, like, I may very well have opened up a bunch of tabs that were unnecessary or things I've even talked about and just don't remember. Here we have a game called Nebuchadnezzar, which looks like it's a sandbox city builder where you're playing in the Egyptian kind of area or theme. $19.99. I just don't think there's enough relevancy here to want to play Nebuchadnezzar versus playing some of the other things. Some of the other city simulators that are more well known and popular. Next we have 30XX, which is early access, and it definitely feels like it is a Bomberman clone, which I can't hate that idea. Certainly, a lot of people don't seem to hate that idea, so we can put that on the follow list. It does require an account for the editor. It's funny that they let them type in their own information in this warning box. Right here. And here. And attack there. I didn't plan things ahead as well as I could have. Well, I imagine.
A superb display.
Okay, so with that concession, we now have all the daily victories done, which is kind of a rarity in streams. I think maybe we'll try and push for 4 hours. Like, nothing's even going to reset anytime soon. So yeah, I think we'll just keep on playing and try and get victories for the reward treasure chests and play for 4 hours, and at that point we'll just have a hard out whether or not I've talked about the Nintendo Direct or not. Here we have a game called The Curse of Ilmore Bay, which the art style is a little pixely. It kind of feels like an NES game. I might be willing to overlook that though. $12.74. I'm going to put that on the follow list. The other thought certainly could be I could just completely stop focusing on playing the card game altogether, that might work too. Here we have a game called Battlescar. Punk was invented by girls, which, okay. I don't know who invented Punk one way or another, but this does seem like this is a collection of like 3D models of punk girls. It's apparently a film in VR for $5.99. English, French, and German. I want to put this on the follow list just to see if people actually respond to it, although I really have to question what's the point of having an animated experience in VR, really, if it's not interactive. At a certain point, also some of the tags are slightly dishonest if you're tagging it as single player, because if it's not interactive at all, then it is multiplayer, in the sense that multiple people can watch your non-interactive game. But maybe there is some small single player interactivity in it. That is also very much a possibility. Here we have a game called Need for Drive, open world multiplayer racing. Clearly this is a clone trying to have name confusion with Need for Speed. You can see it's already mixed reviewed. It's $1.97, claims to be an MMO. Next we have one called Mighty Vikings, which seems to be an asset flip game with guns in a Viking world, which makes no sense. $1.29 English Russian. Yeah, if I had more time, I could have easily curated a lot of this. Here we have a game that's a bunch of Asian characters, and it's called Conviction. And it looks like it is maybe a team-based RPG where you have larger armies. I kind of like the intro animation style of these characters, but vast majority of the time you're just going to be looking at the small pixely versions of the characters. Overall very positive with 83, but recently in the last 30 days mixed. English, Chinese, and Japanese. Nothing there stands out as particularly great quality. Next we have a game on Steam called Slide Animal Race. Now what was weird is I just clicked on that tab and it took a while to load, even though I'm not using a suspending plugin to suspend these tabs, which that doesn't make a lot of sense. I'm now using Tiny Suspender since the Great Suspender became suspect of having spyware in it. The idea of a racing game where your only characters are different animals sliding or swimming is a little limited. $12.99 is also too expensive, frankly. See, it's hit this and then evolve this.
You're done for.
Let's see if we can frustrate the guy.
How did I miss that?
Yeah, I don't think Slide Animal Race deserves to be on the follow list. Yeah, we have one called Mark 1, which looks like you play as robots in a top-down twin-stick shooter game. Nothing is visually impressive there. Just looks like a mess of bullets. 99 cents.
Truth and taboo are equal in my eyes.
Next we have a game called Trashed, which I have no idea what this is. Seems like it's kind of a zoomed out third person Factorio game is what it seems. It says you build incinerators, recyclers, robots, turrets, and more. But what I'm not I'm not seeing any gameplay like that at all. Every screenshot makes it seem much closer to like a top-down twin-stick shooter. Yeah, I feel like this game's concept is just completely wrong for the gameplay. If you just told me it was a top-down twin-stick shooter on a trash planet, that would make a lot more sense. I guess at some point you do build little conveyor belts and windmills, and I guess cars, but everything that's being emphasized here is more of a twin-stick shooter. $8.49, English only. I don't think there's let's see.
Let's go to the ends of the earth. The power of nature.
This bears further study.
Yeah, I don't think Trust makes it to the fall list. Here we have one called Slav Dangerous, and we can just immediately dismiss this as a low effort troll game for $9.99.
Oh, come on!
Next we have one called Kick It Bunny, which seems to be a collection of games around a bunny.
Whoa, you're strong.
That seems kind of ridiculous. $8.24. Yeah, it's like a 3D Tetris game. We've seen other versions of games like this where for some weird way they decide to put in an animal mascot, that they decide to make what would make a lot more sense to be a flat 2D game into a 3D game, and then they sell it. Is this the same developer who's made the other versions of this? Yeah. Dr. Bunny, Bunny Memory, Bunny Maho. Yeah, they certainly have done this Bunny Reversey several times. At a certain point, you have to wonder, is this person who develops these games obsessed with bunnies, or have they just found something that somewhat works, or what? I don't know. Well, the screenshots in this next game are somewhat not YouTube friendly, so I'll
Time for me to prove myself.
very quickly show this. We have a game here called Pinball Girls. It doesn't seem like it's really pinball as much as it might be just shooting balls downward in a pachinko style. They're saying it combines pinball and a gal game. I don't know if a gal game really means anything. It has a DLC patch for free for 18 plus and a $1.69 soundtrack. It's Chinese full audio, English subtitled. But yeah, it's closer to Zuma than what you would call pinball. There are no paddles, there's no knocking back the things. Every other screenshot pretty much seems to have a character in a lewd position, while not particularly in a state of undress. Being a Chinese game, I'm not sure how much that 18 plus patch is going to get you either. So if you're in it for the thing, apparently it is very much a pachinko game that shoots multiple balls. So they've just mistranslated that completely, the pinball. I mean, in technicality, there are pins and there are balls, but that's not what Westerners think when they hear the word pinball. Here we have a game called Harmony that starts with attention. This is only a demo, so obviously it can be ignored. English not supported, free to play. Apparently French is the only language that it does support. This is just, yeah, some demo and nothing else. Which, once again, it makes no sense to put that on Steam. Let's see, next we have a game called Speed Limit, which seems to be racing upward in a bunch of different vehicles. Almost feels like it's supposed to be based off the movie Speed. See, $9.99. I don't think there's a real game here. Not anything that would really interest anybody. I'm gonna risk it and just skip that one and not put it on the follow list.
Don't hurt me. Hey, let's play.
Here we have one called The Road to Gelendazik's Palace, which I have no idea what that is, but it does imply to me that there's some kind of tower defense game with maybe some political elements here. 59 cents, English only. Yeah, I don't know if that's a real palace or a real world. Next we have Cats in Space, which by the name alone you can pretty much ignore the game. $4.44. Man, boy, are some of these games getting ridiculously overpriced. See, next we have VR Kyoto Beauty of Japan, which it kind of feels like more of a ancient, not ancient, but 40-50 years ago Kyoto, not modern Kyoto, which, you know, Tokyo in particular, from what I hear, rebuilds and changes buildings very, very fast. There might be something here. 20 minutes of an experience for $1.79 with VR English. In a weird way, that does deserve to be purchased. If you have any interest in going on a VR tour for 20 minutes, it's not that expensive. It doesn't look terribly like an asset flip game. There's probably nothing that really happens. You probably just walk around and look at people. You've got tattooed like women, which probably means they're prostitutes or working for the Yakuza in some way.
Making you worried like that?
But maybe in the time frame that this happens, that may not actually be the case. It may just be traditional in that time frame for some women to get tattoos.
You're done for.
But I would imagine they are courtesans.
So smart. Yeah. Stay away.
Oh.
They're picking on me. Yahoo! Hey, let's play.
We have Tales from the Borderlands. I guess I just wanted to check this, that I owned it, and I do, so this has been relisted, so you can purchase it again. You're still in a weird position with Tales from the Borderlands in the sense that you kind of need to have played Borderlands 1 and 2 and really cared and liked about the story of Borderlands 1 and 2 before you can play Tales of Borderlands. And then at that point it makes sense to play it. But I could also easily see the idea that you would potentially just skip it completely, because it's not like it's absolutely required reading of the Borderlands series.
It won't be long now.
There we go. Then we can close some of these other games because they're just garbage and not even worth talking about. Of course, if I do start just looking at games and not talking about them, then I start to lose steam and momentum. Here we have a game called Perfect Apocalypse Love at First Bite, which I guess maybe it's anthropomorphic dogs and cats in a zombie apocalypse. Where I was originally, from the sound of that, thinking that this would be maybe a case of an apocalypse happened and then animals took over. $4.99 English only. I'm going to put this on the following list. Not only is it storyline-wise a combination of two different ideas that are fairly disconnected, but it looks like the animation's decent enough. The publisher being 90% Studios is a weird name for a publisher. Fairies. If I play just one of these and evolve it,
Let's play.
I can attack.
This ends here. So sparkly.
And I can kill that.
Keep working toward a brighter future.
And then I can do this and this.
Play. Let's play.
And then I can attack here. Next we have a game called Wreakin' Havoc, which
Stay still.
seems like a resource management game,
What's that for?
or maybe even a puzzle game. They're calling it a sandbox game, but then it gives stars. That seems very odd. Early access, $7.99, but I'm not seeing here is actually any game. So are you supposed to just destroy things that are built and it's not a resource management game? I can't even tell. Like, they really are not showing me a game here. Yeah, well, I guess I just have to leave it at I am unimpressed with that. Okay. Do this.
The stars pale beside you.
And I guess just lose the game. Here we have a game called Toodlers and Toddlers, which it
What's that for?
looks like the Playmobil characters, and we haven't ever seen like any big fandom or games based off the Playmobil characters. Clearly, I would assume this is not licensed and this is just a low effort asset flip game for $8.99. But it is somewhat surprising that they would go with that, because Lego minifigs would make a lot more sense and probably be just as easy to clone. Here we have a shoot 'em up called Red Galaxy that looks terrible. Like, ton of the user interface being taken up there. 59 cents. I did find out, I maybe talked about this, that there's this RetroArch core called Pocket CDG that will play MP3 files with CDG supplemental files on top of that, which are basically karaoke files. So there is an interesting ability there to turn any device that you have as a like retro old video game emulator into also a karaoke machine. Of course, you run into an issue, I would say, with that, in the fact that if you're doing like a Raspberry Pi 4 and you're not putting in ridiculous amounts of storage, not putting in like 512 gigabytes or higher, the amount of MP3s and songs you're going to put there on something like that are going to be relatively limited. like CDG files, I imagine, are just mostly text files, so they're not going to take up a ton of space, but you're already probably going to take up anywhere between 32 gigs or nearly 32 gigs and 256 gigs of space for ROMs of actual games, depending on how complete a collection you want on your Raspberry Pi versus having a bunch of ROMs curated and having a smaller selection of your favorites, because you could easily probably put RetroPie on 32 gigs and just have a handful of games. That's certainly what you see also with the Nintendo Classic and such, is that they cheaped out on the storage there, so you couldn't put like thousands and thousands of extra ROMs on the Nintendo Classic, although you could put a lot more games than what it sold with, from what I recall. Moving on, we have a game called Bravery Network Online, which this looks almost like a Punch-Out style game of a fighting game, but I'm not sure you're actually fighting as much as you're using rhythm, or it says turn-based tactics, which might be easier for me to control than a rhythm game. Single player online PvP. I definitely feel like this deserves to be on the fall list. And so you just tactics, turn-based tactics on a fighting game. I like the art style. I'm not 100% sold on the fighting style, but I'll put it on the fall list. Anyways, we'll see what happens when it comes out of early access. Here we have a game called Remilia's Challenge. And it looks just like a cheap Chinese game, not animated well. $1.39. I think we're done for today, pretty much. Here we have Contraband Police Prologue, which, I mean, this might be Papers, Please, but also this might just be an asset flip game. It's rated very positively. It's English only. Let's see. There definitely is an idea where taking Papers, Please away from a 2D scene makes it feel like more of a video game with the whole 3D element. But also I feel like there's a decent possibility here that that the idea of checking the papers correctly that Papers, Please was focused around gets lost around an idea of actually being a contraband police officer and stopping people at the border. Alright, well, I guess at this point I just have to use Control Tab, and I'm just going to go forward, and yeah, I don't know why any of these are suspended. Like, they're not supposed to be suspended, and yet they're having to reload, which maybe means that Google itself, Gmail itself, has just started suspending tabs. And if that's the case, then I guess maybe that's a setting, or that's something that I may just have to live with. It might be even smarter to suspend tabs using the Tiny Suspender plugin than using Google's suspension of tabs. There's kind of clearly a reason why they have yet to make that the complete default for all tabs. It's that they have yet to get it to work well. Man, good thing I decided to skip it too. I will say also that over this week there was a decent number of adult looking games. Adult as in adult as in sex games that have been released on Steam this week, so that seems to be happening less in a less controlled manner. TechRaptor has an article here. Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity expansion pass announced. Of course, the problem with talking about any of these tabs now that they are so past the bar is that I'll have to remember that I already talked about them. Otherwise, we are going to repeat ourselves on Monday. Here is the schedule for what's probably too late now, actually. This was the schedule. So you have B4 Attack of the Show happening at 1:15 Eastern Time on YouTube. And then at 1:30, so basically 15 minutes later, you're going to have B4X Play on YouTube. And then 15 minutes later, so these are very, very short games, like shows. And I'm surprised what they're not doing here is 22 minutes, because that's normally the length of a 30-minute show is 22 minutes with commercials, at least last time I heard. So if they're only doing 15 minutes with no commercials, they're still doing less than what would be a 30-minute show. And then at 1:45 they have the censored esports show, which I assume that's the F word. That's supposed to represent that, and that's on YouTube. And then at 2 p.m. they want everybody to go to Twitch for G4 TV and have some kind of Twitch experience, but there's like no logo or anything there, so I don't know if that's just Twitch. So every Friday, perhaps, they will release a new Attack of the Show and a new X Play, which honestly, getting new content for Attack of the Show on a weekly basis is a little too less, and it's not really often enough. And X-Play doing weekly is fine, but you are kind of competing against like the Bombcast and the Beastcast that talk about games between two groups twice a week. So like doing particularly four episodes of reruns of X-Play on Monday through Thursday and one new episode on Friday is not something that's going to work if you really want to have something like a TV channel. And it doesn't really work, I think, very well on YouTube either, having just a video come out once a week. Maybe it does for other people, but I don't know if it's going to work for them. And in a weird way, because they don't have a single YouTube channel, you're going to definitely have some people that just subscribe to the X-Play channel and not the Attack of the Show channel, and vice versa. And maybe that's intentional, maybe it isn't. TechRaptor has Newcomers' latest game here. Prepare for a waifu surprise with Newcomers' latest sexy dating sim. Which here you can see these are more anime style characters, and they're going with the variety of hairstyles and bust sizes, slightly varying between somewhat small on this character and fairly large on a lot of the other characters. Different outfits. So, it's a dating simulator game. So, no other gameplay mechanic apparently around that they seem to mention. Of course, TechRaptor is still basically getting paid to advertise things. One of the Nintendo Direct things was that the Xenoblade Chronicles character Pyra that was announced. So, okay. If you know Xenoblade Chronicles, having one more character added to Smash Brothers probably is nice. That being said, I don't know if there are any characters left that you could really add to Smash that would make Smash any more interesting than it already is. On February 18th, YouTube creators put out saying they're reimagining the YouTube Spaces into a more flexible format that can reach more creators in more places around the world. Generally speaking, that's a good idea. So basically, they're shutting down the brick and mortar YouTube Spaces that they had, like one in London and one in San Francisco or LA. And really, it was a case where if you were a decently successful YouTuber, you could use YouTube Spaces, but I don't think a random person with a YouTube channel could have showed up at the one in LA and actually used it. And the whole idea was stupid in the first place. It's such a short-sighted, ridiculous thought. It clearly was designed to simply give extra resources to the chosen few of YouTube. They're also going to bring up pop-ups to key cities once it's safe, they claim. So they still haven't fully given up the idea of physical locations, which it just does not make sense at all for that. But now they're mostly trying to have online experiences. There are different things you can offer in a physical environment that you can't offer certainly in a virtual environment. Things like microphones and green screens and things like that. But at a certain point, if that is all you're offering as equipment, YouTube could easily just sell computers and microphones and green screens and sell the service to send a technician to install this equipment in your house, or even rent it out. Here we have TechRaptor's recap of the Nintendo Direct, so we can go over all of it. So yeah, Xenoblade Chronicles 2 joining Smash. Fall Guys is coming to the Nintendo Switch. Secret of Mana, or Legend of Mana Remastered is coming to Switch. Mario Golf Super Rush is the next title revealed. A frantic action and free running in a game called Neon White, an action RPG hybrid where you're playing an assassin in heaven, which apparently they don't have an art for. So instead, the next thing they have here is DC Superhero Girls Teen Power, which I don't know if I really like the kind of CG weird angles of the DC superheroes. This is based on, I believe, a Netflix TV series, but it's fine. And it's not amazingly objectionable, particularly since this is clearly targeted to preteen and teenage girls. You're not seeing any characters just ridiculously drawn or overly sexualized. If anything, I feel like you're going to have characters like Harley Quinn that are often overly sexualized in many other depictions, instead looking normal, which then runs into the problem of how does that transition? Like, does your 14, 15-year-old girl want to dress up as the Harley Quinn depicted in this image or in this show, if she is shown, and then the next year she wants to be the slutty Harley Quinn in Suicide Squad, because you might be opening a doorway and opening a creation there. See, and I would think that this is Wonder Woman and this must be Supergirl, which again, like, Power Girl is is an alternate universe Supergirl, or in the latest reincarnation, and so there's some weirdness there. More than anything, these girls are just not recognizable. Is this supposed to be Squirrel Girl? Is that even DC? I don't know. I think that's Marvel. I have no idea who this character is. I have no idea who this is. Green Lantern. Like, there's been a couple of female Green Lantern characters, but not any big ones that have been focused on. At a certain point, you run into the argument here. Batgirl. Is this Batgirl? I guess this is Batgirl. They call this a chibi style. I think you are off on this, because I think at the very core of that, if you're going to call something chibi style, you're then invoking that it is by default anime style, and I don't think this is an anime art style at all, so I think it fails at that point. I also think if you're going to call something chibi style, you have to invoke the moe art style, which invokes the anime art style, because in my mind there were multiple anime styles that have evolved, that then eventually evolved into the moe art style, that eventually influenced the chibi art style. Anyways, moving on. I think this is Animal Crossing is releasing some Mario themed stuff with working pipes and just decorations. Here we have a game called Project Triangle Strategy, which is kind of like Octopath Traveler in its visuals. Next we have something called the World's End Club. I didn't hear anything of this. This is from the creators of Danganronpa. You play a part of a group of kids stuck in an underwater theme park. Interesting. As someone who's playing Danganronpa 1 now, I wonder if this is basically trying to kid-friendlyize the Danganronpa gameplay mechanic and storytelling mechanic. But it does also kind of feel like the creators of Danganronpa is the right way to pronounce that. They seem to be stuck on the same theme of the world ending. Legend of Zelda games are, let's see which ones. Hyrule Warriors is getting a solid expansion for $19.99, adding a few weapons and costumes for Link and some other stuff. I know that one of the Zelda games is also a Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword is getting an HD remake and being released, although you can buy it for like $20 on the Wii U eShop for the Switch in the non-HD version at the moment, and there is some comparisons between the visuals of the HD remaster and the previous and the original version, and honestly it doesn't seem like they did much to the textures or improved anything there. Seems like they've changed some linings and shaders on it, and the visuals are going to be minimally changed. I'm not sure if Skyward Sword, which was on the Wii and probably was designed with 1080p resolution graphics anyways, is actually being scaled up to any higher resolution on the screens of the Nintendo Switch anyways. There's also rumors of the Nintendo Switch version 1.5 coming out, whatever that may be, if that is a real improvement. Let's see. I don't know if there was any other announcements for Zelda things, just kind of Skyward Sword HD coming out on July 16th and Hyrule Warriors DLC. And then their big showstopper, instead of it being Metroid Prime or a Mario Odyssey 2 or anything unexpected. It was instead Splatoon 3. Which, yeah, Splatoon 3 is nice to see because it does mean they aren't abandoning Splatoon. It kind of felt like after Splatoon 2 got its last bit of DLC, if that wasn't just like the only bit of DLC, that they had kind of just wrapped it up. Whereas since so much of Splatoon is this multiplayer game for player versus player, that they should have continued to give it content right up until the point where Splatoon 3 was released, and they really didn't. And that just goes to show Nintendo doesn't understand online as well. Hopefully there's just like more maps and more weapons and more things to do for the multiplayer, and hopefully it has some single player. I think there's single player in Splatoon 1 and Splatoon 2. I know that there's at least a little bit of single player in the DLC of Splatoon 2. So now might be a very good time to catch up if people want to do that, to just get real cheap a used copy of Splatoon 1 and Splatoon 2 to do the single player, and maybe you could find some people still online with Splatoon 1 and Splatoon 2, and then work your way towards Splatoon 3, which is planning for a 2022 release, so you've got like a whole year to effectively play the two previous games. Which, that being the big announcement and that being so far out, really goes to show that they just didn't have a lot of things to announce per se. They felt the need to announce things, but they've been hit by the pandemic probably as worse as any other Japanese company, in the fact that they just don't want to have people specifically working from home, and they're just not equipped for that, particularly in the Japanese offices. And so they've been, like most Japanese in most situations, unwilling to adapt and change until absolutely forced into it, and as such I imagine they're all delayed. And let's face it, Nintendo, particularly for Metroid Prime and things like that, have been kind of delayed for a while now, even before the pandemic. Moving on, Bungie is scaling up to expand Destiny into additional media and create new IPs. I don't think Bungie is owned by Microsoft. No, they aren't. I thought maybe for a second Microsoft had bought them. At a certain point, you can almost suspect Microsoft owns everything if it keeps going in this direction. Gamasutra has an article here. The Minute developers have launched a game called Minute Fun Racer, with all the proceeds going to charity, which I guess is a racing game with the characters from Minute and not just a timer mode on the game Minute, which, in all fairness, I just don't think I would want to play a racing game with the characters on Minute. Minute was a fine game, but it kind of outstayed its welcome, and I wasn't willing to try and find all the collectibles on it, if I recall correctly when I played it. Someone tweeted out this article from the RedstoneRocket.com, never heard of them. Video games take center stage during the pandemic. Which, yeah, when you've got nothing better to do at home, as long as you have power, video games are going to play a role to keep you fighting off cabin fever. And I definitely can tell you it is better to have power and play video games than to not have power and be trapped, basically bored. The Saudi Arabian public investment fund has acquired $3 billion worth of stock in Activision Blizzard, Take-Two, and EA, so we're starting to see more and more foreign companies, or really just the princes and royalty of it. Yeah, it is chaired by the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman, taking an interest in owning companies, probably in part to influence companies, maybe in part to straight up just act as kind of a puppet for other countries like Russia. And at a certain point, everybody's going to have to decide whether they want foreign companies to be able to own and have controlling interests in countries, in companies that can potentially cause mass waves of censorship or changing of public opinion through propaganda, which that is the danger certainly that lots of people fear with Tencent owning more and more video game companies, or owning more and more of video game companies. TechRaptor has an article here. Intellivision MCO release date has been delayed to 2021. So another failed console throwback product being delayed. Yeah, I imagine it wouldn't be that surprising if it never came out. Gamma Sutra has an article here that EA has completed its $1.2 billion acquisition of the Dart developer Codemasters. I assume that was probably easier or fast-tracked for the US to acquire the UK studio than Microsoft's acquisition of ZeniMax, which is seemingly going to get inspected a little bit closer. CheckRaptor has an article here. The Bluebird team's next game aims for more action after releasing the Medium, which probably is a response directly from feedback from the Medium. And let's see what else. What else? Oh, I wanted to point this out. YouTube Gaming on the 18th put out this notice at Who's Crybaby, CBRY, which is apparently a kids gamer in general. They're promoting is missing in action, last seen in the middle of the ocean. Please contact at Minecraft with any information on the whereabouts. So this is just a promotion of some YouTubers Minecraft channel, but the way they put it makes it kind of seem like they're saying somebody was actually missing, particularly if you hadn't hit play here. So particularly when this was happening, the big storm in the USA was happening too, and it really puts a different perspective on advertising, which inherently advertising at some level is lying, and this puts me in a different mindset. It's like, yeah, should people be advertising and pretending like a character is missing or a YouTuber is missing? I mean, you're gonna create potential panic, particularly in this case, since it's obviously a Minecraft player for little kids. So yeah, people, I imagine, need to be more careful, and inherently, if I'm saying people need to be more careful, then I guess maybe I need to be more careful. For a brief moment there, on my personal Facebook page, I logged in and it said that I had been suspended for 30 days for a joke meme post I posted in 2018 going against community guideline standards on Facebook, and I'm like, oh, this is ridiculous. But honestly, I don't care about Facebook anymore. I never cared about Facebook in the first place, so I just immediately closed the Chrome tab and like, oh, I'll deal with that later. And then I went back a day later, and it still let me post and everything. So the idea of it saying you couldn't post for 30 days had been completely removed. Yeah, unless, of course, I'm posting on Facebook at the moment and nobody's seeing it, but whatever. Even in that case, there probably are enough meme jokes that if they wanted to be anal retentive about it, they could delete my YouTube account. And I mean, not my YouTube account, my Facebook account, personal Facebook, which wouldn't really matter. It would suck because I've used it over the years just as a place to spout memes and have use as kind of a journal. So you'd lose your collection of memes and journals, and that's about it. But I really wouldn't bat an eye if it was gone. Like, I only started using Facebook because someone asked me to use Facebook to follow them, and then that person stopped using Facebook. So that was my only real interest there. Moving on, though, but certainly that was a frustration on top of a frustration, a tiny frustration, but a frustration nonetheless. Nintendo ends a pandemic-driven Nintendo Direct hiatus with a remaster-filled showcase. This is Gamasutra's article. The Mario game is new, so I don't know what they mean by remaster filled. Like, Skyward Sword's a remaster, and the Legend of Mana game. Oh, there was also apparently an announcement for Saga Frontier Remastered, and an updated Switch port of the 3DS Miitopia, and a handful of other titles. So TechRaptor didn't even cover them all. I suppose I could sit through the 50 minutes here and listen to all of this, and I may listen to somebody talk over the announcements. But yeah, a lot of the Nintendo Direct just doesn't matter. There is a rumor that a Silent Hill game by a prominent Japanese developer is going to be announced this summer, and it's been updated. It's going to be something of a departure from past entries, which is interesting. There was another announcement here that from the Bloober team that they were working on a horror IP with a very famous gaming publisher for over a year. So I guess that led to speculation that maybe Bloober was the people working on it. At 6:45 p.m. the day this came out on the 18th, apparently VGC updated its story to note that according to sources, Konami also has plans to work on a Castlevania and Metal Gear Solid games via external companies, but any potential releases are still years away. I would have to wonder if Konami is running out of money in the pandemic, and so they are getting more desperate. That might be the case, or might be that they just want to make pachinko machines based on their properties, or just they want to work with somebody so that they can release something so it doesn't become abandonware. The odds of them licensing out Silent Hill and coming out with a good Silent Hill is still very, very low. id Software, also kind of based out of Texas, due to severe weather conditions in Texas, will be postponing Doom Eternal's in-game weekly challenge update, as well as Hugo's streaming service. Thanks for your patience. to all who reached out. So yeah, that's 2 companies. Here's the VGC article that Gamatsu was getting the article from anyways, which I don't know if maybe I should just be following VGC's Twitter feed. I could certainly try to expand a little bit. I'm not sure it's necessary. I don't even know, frankly, what a modern Silent Hill game would be, or how that would work and make it stand out from any other horror game at all. Like, it does seem like that would potentially just be a average horror game with maybe some guns and mostly wandering around in spooky places. How is that much different than Amnesia? Is it more open worldish? Does it have any different gameplay mechanics or any puzzles? Or is it just going to be better story writing and familiar imagery? Second Dinner, as a company, is looking for a senior project manager in Irvine, California. I think they were looking for that before, so they may still just be looking for it. Let's see. We have an article here from IGN. Little Nightmare series could be over as the studio focuses on creating new IP. Which, okay. I don't know if the Little Nightmare series had blown anybody's socks off. Let's actually look at what the Minute Fundraiser looks like. Yeah. It's a lane-changing racing game. Doesn't look terrible. Doesn't look amazingly good. If anything, it kind of feels like Paperboy, which also wasn't a particularly good racing game once you got to the end of your route. Super Bomberman R has been rated for PC in Korea, which I believe Super Bomberman R is not Super Bomber Girl. Yeah, that's a different one. So, like, this is the 64-player Battle Royale game, which seemingly is no longer a Stadia exclusive. Okay. So that makes some sense. TechRaptor has a Persona 5 Strikers request guide and several more guides. They are generally coming to a point where they're writing articles and tip guides about any game they cover, any major game they cover multiple times in a week. Here we have a game called Maze M, the Phantom of the Opera, coming to the Switch and PC. This apparently is the 3rd entry in the Maze M series. Mystery adventure game. Never heard of it though. So I need to do some research there, I suppose, and figure out if previous Maze M games had come out. The Famitsu cells have come out and on Gamatsu. So Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury, which Bowser's Fury seems to be particularly a weird expansion that changes how Super Mario 3D World plays, came out in the top slot. Then Little Nightmares 2 came out in the 3rd spot, which for a Bandai Namco game versus a Nintendo games, or a whole bunch of Nintendo games, that's actually very high. The PS4 version also potentially builds you up to nearly being in the 2nd spot if you combine the two sales. But certainly the Mario games sold 250,000, where the next highest thing was 46,000, and the next highest thing was 24,000. And then Fate Extella, the Umbral Star Celebration box from Marvelous, only sold 4,000, and that was for the Switch. They only sold 3,400 for the PS4 version. We're getting a couple PS4 games in the top 20, top 30 here, but yeah, it doesn't feel like PS5 is really selling. Doesn't, even though the hardware is somewhat selling. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people are buying PS5s just to replace broken PS4s versus actually trying to have support to play PS5 exclusive games. PlayStation 4 Pros down to 15 units being sold. Of course, it's also in the middle of a pandemic, so the fact that even 15 units are being sold is kind of amazing. Alright, well, then with that let me control tab through all of the elements, and we've still got plenty of games that we'll either talk about on Monday, or I'll talk about if I decide to stream on Saturday or Sunday. I'm not going to stream again today on Friday, for sure. I don't know if I really want to stream on the weekend. I should probably do it just as an experiment, but I kind of don't want to. Let's see, we have a bundle here called the Plug-in and Play Digital Bundle, which these are Steam games. Hover, Neurovoider, Anarcute, never heard of those. If you pay more than the average of $5.61, you have Dead in Vinland, Chroma Squad, Sundered Eldritch Edition, and Plane Mechanic Simulator, which is mixed. These are all very positive. I kind of wish I knew what Sundered was. See if we can... Nope, can't do that. So let's just click on that and see if maybe we can see more screenshots. Nope. It's not particularly the best system they've got here. I guess I've maybe seen this game before. Then if you pay $10, you have TT Isle of Man, which looks like a racing game, Sigma Theory, Global Cold War, Tennis World Tour, which is mixed, and World Rally Championship. Yeah, I don't think there's enough games there that interest me to go for that bundle. And that will bring me back to my Twitter feed. And we'll see if there's any big new news to talk about. Otherwise, still just scrolling down my Twitter feed. This is definitely a point where if I was gonna present a better live stream of these, I would have somebody scrolling down the Twitter feed and with new news ready to go for me, or I would hand over some stories or games that have come out to be talked about by a secondary presenter, much like how you see on news shows like CNN and such, that they have 2 or 3 people that they can throw to when they're going down news stories. Although they've kind of stopped doing that because at the current moment, CNN really only talks about one story over and over again in their at a time. Apparently, Diablo 2 Resurrected has been announced for the PS5, Xbox Series, PS4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. Which, okay. I assume it still would require... Well, I assume it would still require Battle.net. But let's just assume it actually runs on Steam without Battle.net, and they kind of are abandoning Battle.net as an idea. Since I already have a Battle.net, the real thing is, do I want to give business to Activision Blizzard to play Diablo 2? And I suppose there is a certain level there that, even though it's morally objectionable to do business with an unmoral company, and it causes a lot of controversy, Diablo 1 and Diablo 2 being able to be played in a decent way so I could show off those games and talk about the relevance of those games might trump that somewhat. Probably shouldn't trump it, but it very well might. Like, people certainly don't remember about the whole Free Hong Kong and then them suspending the person who said Free Hong Kong, or the 2 or 3 people who said it. Which also, the whole Hong Kong thing has been mostly forgotten by a lot of people in the West when nothing's really changed. Yeah, I guess there are no other articles or announcements of games, which makes sense since I started so late. So that was 4 hours and 41 minutes of streaming, and that's where we'll end it here. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos, because that helps me with engagement on YouTube. If you want a friend or follow me on any social media sites to get backup notifications, there's a bunch of links down below. And if you want to actually support me financially, there's a link down to Patreon, or you can friend me on Steam and get me a gift card or a game off my wishlist. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.